Lysander, if you want to do your spiel.
Yeah. Welcome within the Ring of Fire. What is within the Ring of Fire? Deep immersive, dark fantasy action, the likes of which only contained inside the thousand-faced flame of Morgul, Kavega Thale. Join the RPG revolution. Go to drivethrurpg.com and pick up your copies of Within the Ring of Fire, hardback and softback today. Join us as we explore endless vistas of imagination, posited only possible by the Flame Tender's magic might. First 5 books are out now. You can also hit your main man up, Underwood, on Facebook. Send me a friend request, message, whatever you need to do. $75 will get you PDFs of every Within the Ring of Fire book that ever comes out. I'm working on like 3 more at the moment. One's getting fairly well up there. And you'll be getting all those as bonuses if you pick up that PDF package. Only $75 plus the 5 books that are out now, plus some exclusives, plus bonus content as well. You can also join us on Raw Immersive Games, a Facebook forum official. About 1,000 people in there you can find Within the Ring of Fire games on Skype or Google. You might even be able to find them locally depending on where you live. Join the grassroots effort to bring in gaming that is about the love of gaming, about the passion of the industry and the hobby, and reinvigorating that epic essence of tales to be spun and told that dates back to that first primitive campfire and ancient man. Join us in the land of illusion, in that samsara of game space play within the Ring of Fire. And let me turn it over to our beautiful and wonderfully talented Flame Tender, Mia. Make sure you subscribe to her channel now. Make sure you go over to my Dude Lose channel. Hit the button, subscribe. Loads of Within the Ring of Fire action there. To my my man Philippe Gorgella. Go check his channel out, subscribe to see, watch his videos, and go well back sometime. Many contributions made to RPG royalty from that man. And speaking of RPG royalty, who can forget none other than the kick-ass Duke himself? Onion Kid, get your ass up there, make some more videos, you trick-ass buster, and the people, you need to subscribe to him. This man knows what he's talking about very, very well. So, and back over to you, Mia, if you understand, baby.
Well, first, for a little recap, the Catalyst moved from the Forest of Whispers to the proper town or city of Flamedance, finding their way into the first quarters of the city where most Farum live, finding their way into the famous tavern, the Swing, owned by the Salona brothers. By Kyros Silvertongue, all of the Dark Fae got a room, and all of them a profession, as little place to build themselves up in the city. And as Arpitax followed home with knowledge and, samples from the Salt Lake, he found out that, indeed, this is something that needs to be more investigated. But he, with the permission of his master, he got to follow these others in their endeavors in the city, trying to find out if they are worthy of, maybe his time. They all spent the night at the Swing. Some found a single night in the arms of others, and one found something strange sticking everything together, opening a bit of that clouded mind of Kuro. But we start in the room of Akova as you hear a knock on the door. Firm knock. You can describe your character.
Rising up from the bed, a massive form of Red Mountain himself, Arkova, an ogre with red skin and tattoos from the top of his head around to the back. His strong frame of heavily built muscle, but with delicate fingers, rises up out of bed. Around his waist are a series of furs wrapped around, with a nice metal plate in the middle, keeping everything together. As he gets up, looks over towards the door. Hello there. Who is it?
It's me, Mode. I wanted to speak to you about something. And she opens the door.
He's hunched over, his hands on his knees as he's leaning, as he says, his legs set up onto the bed. He's, his legs are over. He's just kind of hunched over like that, looking over.
She smiles at you. I would just inform you that I will tell the Forest Watch about the caravan and about the Vygish. They need to know, and I will tell them also about you, so I thought maybe I would inform you on this. I hope this is okay. She steps in inside the door frame.
This is. What did you have to say about them?
I need to say what?
Like you said, like didn't she just say that she had information about them?
No, she said she wanted to give information.
Oh, okay.
Give, but she would also tell about you, so.
Alright, not much to say. They came and all they did was capture me and my company. There were other Ferrum along with us. They did not make it.
I remember them.
They were put to the sword. And as for the rest of us, we were made to, along with Eros, along with him, what they did, chained us, made us walk in that strange, foul-smelling place of a lake, made us bring out the bones, many bones buried there.
She knows, but still need to tell them. Maybe other caravans was not as lucky as to have you there. She looks down at her still pink feet. Will this be okay with you, Akova?
It is fine with me.
Good. Well, I will see you. She smiles and turns around, closes the door after her, and you can hear her not so light footsteps on the corridor. And well, you can go ahead. It's morning on the 44th day.
If I'm not mistaken, I was one that had company on this human female last night. Is that right?
Yeah.
Sure.
If Eros not want to do anything, yeah. She lays in the bed.
Yeah.
Naked, of course, on her stomach, you can see like not tattooing, but scarring, making up different swirling patterns on her back. You can see like distinctive like goat feature on her lower back.
Very well. So I examine it briefly, interested but not deciding to question what exactly that is. Of course, I probably had watched a bit of her as she slept, not needing much more than the deepest of enterings for such a slight period as humans can so poorly enter the dream. And I just smile, my wide teeth, perfectly polished white and incredibly symmetrical. As I look down in my latest conquest, so it has been some time due to the intervention of Vigish and other factors.
She slowly stirs and then looks up at you, her brown eyes shining. She smiles.
I see that you have risen.
You are Faye. And she sits up.
Yes, I'm in fact from the only true Fae. The others are merely pretenders. And I smile, showing my wolf teeth.
She smiles up at you, sitting up, beginning to put her boots on. So if you're one of the wolf Fae, you are like Hansa.
I have heard this name, and do not know how much like me he is, but I assure you I am. And I raise my mouth up to that, like, Miyagi when they raise her mouth, it fucking looks terrifying. It's not just like a dog, it's just like fucking horror. Like, oh.
And you can see that she's like moving like more and more way. She was having her hand up to touch her hand. It's like, and then she begins.
Yeah, you did. It is others who are like me, at least, in their desires. And I kind of like move, almost like lunging at her, like moving very rapidly towards her. And then I just stop and sort of trace my hand from the side of her head down, very erotically down her neck and her scalp. Don't worry, I am not hungry for you, at least not in that way. And at that point, I just roll over and mount her and begin to mate with her.
And her sounds filled the halls into Kuro, not being able to sleep in his bed. Your back's probably little hurting from the fall. Kuro. No?
Oh, sorry.
You your back is probably hurting. You fall. But we started yours. That when you started your soliloquy, you fell there on the floor, and you wake up in the morning light. And of course, the sound from the room beside yours.
In my strange visions, I didn't even notice that. Although that probably would have kept me awake. I rise and feeling the pain. But at the same time, I think back to that rend in space and time that I saw. Oh, I saw it. I touched it. I could feel it. The void there. Everything was connected to it. At that moment, I was one with space and time. A new thing that I've never felt before, but I've pursued it for so long. Finally, like a scroll unfurling, I'm gaining more and more knowledge. Sue will wish to hear of this. Perhaps I can pick his mind about such things. I'm becoming more and more knowledgeable, climbing that ladder and learning the keys.
Well, and Apotax, you have been awake most of the night with the black leaf brew you made for your master, but he gets home very, very late. He has other Nigali over his shoulder. He's alone.
Just in my study, very simple subterranean room, some roots, intertwining, woven along the surrounding walls, roots, dirt, and stone. There's a stone slab, some furs and hides, of which now and then I rest. But there I am, standing, hunched over some of my instruments, repairing some of them. They have broken from the past journey. And slowly I just sort of turn around, hearing the commotion from my... I don't have a door to my room, it's just a veil, just a simple cloth covering the arched doorway. I just turn over my shoulder and I hear the commotion. I see that big silhouette, the Nergali, holding this other big thing. I pause as they look at that.
You can hear a sigh and a thud. Like not a thud, like a slow. You can hear something scraping against a stone slab, scrap in his in your collected communal study. As he puts something.
Put down my tools. I just turn and I start just approaching.
You can see on the slab is a orange Nigali like him, but this one has dyed mathematical symbols scrolling up and down its arms, its face, a pouch of sand slowly trickling out, and blood covering the back of its head. And he looks at you.
Does this is my master, right? That brought this one in, right?
Yeah.
Is this my master that brought this body in?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so I look up at him and this will need preparations. It is your kind. Would you much rather you do it, or myself?
It is my nephew, Ognef. He looks at him, like closing his eyes again.
Old age?
No. You can see no gray. I told you they found him in the forest. He was in the fox hunting parties. I heard some were attacked and some were missing.
As he's speaking, I sort of bend down by his head. There was some trauma in the back of his skull. Was he struck?
I believe so.
Here.
The others were missing limbs and clothing, but not him.
Forgive me if this is out of place, but why was your kin so far? Surely one that practices the sacred arts would be close to you, would he not?
He is of the esoteric path of the time, chronomancy.
Hmm.
He was a student of Su.
Has there been word of its mentor?
Not yet. He was found last night.
Hmm. Does the watch search for your nephew's master?
No, I took that responsibility. I showed him to his parents before bringing him here. They, the Forest Watch, found him.
Hmm. What of the master, Su?
Yeah. You want to go there to him? Is that what you're asking?
No, only if that is what you ask. I am not in position to make such requests, though I do make my concerns known, my master. For if there are nefarious beatings on those that practice the sacred arts, such things must be investigated and dealt with immediately.
I agree.
We let them too close to us. Blasphemers. And this, perhaps, is not their doing.
No, I do not believe many satyrs were about him. He was friendly, I understand, with many of them.
Has his has he been properly placed, my master?
He nods.
I nod, almost like that's reassuring me. Like, I'll leave you to your work then. Feel free to call upon me as you please. I bow deeply, slowly walk back, and then I turn back around towards my sort of stone slab desk area. Almost walking on all fours kind of thing, like a big ape, just kind of slowly walking. It's apparent that I'm a little tired, a little sluggish.
Apparent with him too, but he seems to not favor the quadrupedal stand ever. Even if he has to like hold his two legs on the stone slab to stay upright, he would do it. You
I return.
were gone most of the evening. He looks to you.
My back is to him, and I slowly, like I put my tools back, then I turn, I square off with him, and I make eye contact with him, and I say, yes, your duty. And I can make eye contact with him, and then I bow my head. Your duty has sent me off. I had asked of this the prior night. The ones that had come back, the freed slaves. I look up at him with my brow. I had been with him in the Ferrum-owned swing. That's what they call it. Yes. I find it And I like turn back around, as I'm speaking a bit more relaxed. I find it, or less formally, I find it.
He's working over the body, like getting him neat.
I find it a nicer, more welcoming atmosphere. There are no festivals about the streets.
It is
It's a shame
quieter.
that the children of iron have forgotten this.
Maybe
Or
they
what calmness can do.
maybe these would learn like the Nagali have learned of you orcs. He smiles as he's like still working, just working with that rigor mortis moving in the right places.
I don't answer him back, I just shake my head.
And then there's like a crack sound, and then a silent sound, and then he putting it back. And he
But,
sits down again. I would ask you to go to Sue. I cannot work like this.
Do you wish a message to be sent, or do you wish a summonings to be performed?
I would see him.
Do you wish me to escort you to Master Su?
No. Can you ask him to get here?
Of course, my master.
And he like walks from his stone slab over to that brew he had brewing. It's cold now, and he begins like lapping it up.
I look at him for a moment, and I'm pausing. Then I say, after he's done drinking, is this to be done immediately?
Soon. And he takes like another.
I nod. And I quietly, I'd pack up some very basic things in a very small sort of leather bag, and then I actually rest for a bit. I just sort of lay down for a bit, and like I settle down a bit, and then I'm just still. My eyes close.
You can feel his eyes on you for a moment, and then you hear him walk over and work again, trying to make the body in the right position. We go to the swing. You all are sitting at the tavern. There's not a lot of people here. You can see Torben is having a boiled egg, cracking it open and eating it with a spoon. There's a feral lady walking around, like dusting a bit. And as she turns, you see she only got one arm. But she seems not content about it, just walking around.
As soon as I see that, Arkova, his eyes will kind of light up a bit, and he will think in his mind what kind of savage battle she must have been in, and and the fact that she's walking around, not even nursing it, he has a high amount of respect for her all of a sudden, without even really knowing her. There's that certain awe there. He just kind of just nods silently.
She smiles at you and walks up to you. I heard you playing yesterday. It was very, very good.
Thank you.
You have a skill. I can hear that. I once did play as well. You are new here?
That's right. along with my... He gives a slight pause and then turns towards Kuro. Manager, with a firm pat to the back.
In stark contrast to the jolly silver tongue wheeling and dealing that I was doing last night, I'm now just kind of sitting there just like staring at the table. If I have food, it is sitting cold. Perhaps I've mushed it around a bit with a wooden spoon. Even though an ogre has just patted me on the back with his giant yeti paw the size of this book, I just barely just barely register. I'm just like staring.
His expression becomes that of concern as he sees his friend in this state, and he'll furrow a bit and turn back to her. And she'll notice that his gaze keeps turning back to Kuro, addressing her again. Do you mind if I ask what happened to that arm? You must have lost it in some great battle.
No, I got a little sore in my hands from working in the garden, and then this black line kept getting closer and closer to me, just wandering up at my arm. She just looks at that empty space, and she remembering, and I got sick fever. But then we cut it off. And then she nods.
He nods in return. At this point, he's very. At first, he kind of moves back a little. He kind of slowly shifts as she says disease, because he's not. She's like, oh. But then when she talks about cutting it off, he's like, this is just a firm nod. Well, do not worry. I will be able to be playing later on, in the evenings, of course. You will get to hear more of my music. Let it soothe your soul from weary day ahead.
She smiles. Put some new music into this tavern. Maybe teach my daughter something. She don't have the talent like you do. She smiles, looking at Kuro. You don't want mushroom with goat cheese?
That's the only response. Just as I continue to stare, and I'm poking at my water, morning water mug, and just looking at the ripples.
And she looks at you, Akova.
He shrugs. He gives like this.
She just smiles. Give a Torben a wide smile, and walk into the back door. And he just look up at her and nod and beginning to eating the egg, just putting salt over it. So, are you just hanging around here, or? He looks at you like he doesn't usually have morning guests. You can get you a Akova seeing Eros. Bit silent, I guess. Eros. Oh, Akova.
I'm looking to make a name for myself.
So I'm there with Arkovas, you're saying, yeah?
Yeah, you're sitting with all of them.
Okay. Yeah, just a little bit of noise is coming from the food preparation. You probably hear now. Yeah, so I'm just sitting there. Obviously, I I don't have interest in buying all this food and such nonsense. Although I think I will take in some wine, and I will be happy enough to leave Quiro with the bill.
You'll say much to that.
You, girl, it's slave. What do they call you? I'm pointing at like the winch. I'm like,
She looks up at you.
Darian, by the way. Come, bring wine, red wine.
She looks at her husband, and then he begins like filling your drink, and she walks into the
It's
kitchen.
totally possible. I could just be addressing like just some random woman in the place, like there for no reason. Bring me wine. I hear the red wine here is nearly as good. It's blood. Bring.
You can see like as the Tix is just looking at you, then like turning on her stool, and then just keep drinking her own wine as Torben just looks at you, and the head puts a cup with wine in it.
They bring it to me.
I guess you're sitting at the
Yes.
the bar, the too small bar.
I'm gonna take it. I guess it tastes very nice then.
Oh yeah, it has that like deep wine, like red wine flavor. Something you had when you taste it, it first hits like your like the sweet, and then it just from there just fills your mouth with just It's very thick for red wine, and it's just kind of sticks to your tongue, so you're just a bit overwhelmed with just the flavor. It's too much because it's just all the flavors at once. And then when you go down, there's no like real bitter taste to it. So I guess not that. But it has a very woody smell to it, and with a bit of musket in it.
This is truly excellent. I shall have to learn more about this wine that is so famous from the land that I have traveled here many, many days, many cycles, even. Yes, I have wandered through desert and mountain, through water, through ice, through woods, through iron, to come here. This wine, it gives me pause to wonder at the aspects of what may still be distilled from your grapes, from your berries, from the roots of this land that grow rich in the black soil. The scents carried in by your wind, enough to make me shiver. Yes, I shall enjoy myself here. Things shall come to pass, as Providence has ordained.
That there's Orcish wine. Eros. If you want to know.
'Tis Orcish, I see. Indeed. As far as the Orcish wine and what I wanted to know, so very, very much. But it is not of the making or the taking, or the secrets of your wine itself to challenge the hand of dark flame. No! It is the other way, the other path untread through the brambles. Not through the oak trees and their burning orange leaves, no. It's through the roses and their petals and their thorns, to which I wish to apply myself, to the roots that grow so deep into the earth, and the stone that lurks so far below them. I am a maker of fine things. I, the master of pleasure. And adoring the flesh. And I have come here to adore such flesh in my time, in my way. In the perfuming, in the distilled essences And what may I do with the essence of this wine to put it in reverse of the fashion you have, I swirl the glass around, that you have made it so? I shall make it so differently. And the candles and the soaps and the beauty upon the flesh elevate and excite the body, the aura, the person. Do you understand what I am saying in a straightforward tone? Or should I put it in more splendid, poetic form?
You see that the therapist has been looking at you, like smiling, taking a gulp when you stop. I'm not sure what you mean. You are talking about your perfumes and smells, soaps, right?
I thought it was quite obvious and evident from the words that I chose. I am not natively speaking Sindarian. Perhaps in Nigerian I would have a more apt tongue to explain with precision. But yes, to perfumes, to soaps, to candles, to all such things that may pretty the air and cleanse the foul vapors left behind by the masses, by the unwashed carcasses that shamble. Yes, but I smell in deeply to inspire pleasure in the scent, in the form. Do you not understand?
He smiles new, nods for a bit, and then he like keeps quiet, just looking at you and then at his other, the other guests.
Hunched over on the bar, listening to these very poetically expressed words of Eros, Arkova, his brow is a bit furrowed, but he seems just enthralled, listening to all this back and forth as he nods his head to what Eros is saying as he eats. And then when he talks about beautifying through sense, Arkova kind of looks at himself and gives himself a bit of a sniff.
I will sniff the air as well, Arkeva. Kind of like do like this. Yes, we shall certainly have to provide you with some. In fact, Arkeva, for all that we have been together through, allow this small pleasure, to be a gift from me unto you. And I pull out a very small soap. I place it, and it's like wrapped very daintily in this fine bit of lavender fabric and tie it up with a little bow at the end. I place it on the table. I put 2 fingers on the wooden table and slide the tips of my fingers across the table, sliding the small little soap that's cherry red in color inside this lavender encase, and I slide it over to you. Just apply this to yourself when you are in water. Perhaps very soon. Yes, that would be for the best, Arkeva. Enjoy. One of the finest things that you will ever touch your flesh. I guarantee that.
Why, thank you. I'll do that just now. And he'll just get up. He'll put a few copper pieces onto the table, and then with a bright smile upon his face, he'll nod to Eros, and he'll walk upstairs and begin washing himself.
I smile broadly at you, showing my white fangs you leave, crinkling my nose after a brief sniff.
And Akrova, you see the same. No, wait, you don't. Eros and Kuro see the same. Well, and Ogris, you know, walk in the tavern. She looks at you, seeing Akrova walking up, and she walks over to you. And she like not at you. Akrova.
Does she? Oh, she nods at me.
Yeah.
When she does, what does she look like? Is she
She has blue eyes, red skin. She's a bit taller than you. She's always she's a bit calm, and she's wearing normal clothing, a copper ring in one of her ears, and she has sandals on.
I smile broadly at her, and as I do, I kind of flex a bit as he struts about, seeing her, in almost a sort of like macho guy fashion, but not too broadly. It's just a little bit of a oh, look, my pecs are here, and he just kind of struts about like that.
She walks over to you, seeing, you're not busy. They want to see the other two. At least the wolf fairy. And she looks over at Eros, losing herself a bit, then looking at you and smiling, showing her ogre mouth.
When she looks over at Eros, and then he glances back at Eros, seeing the undeniable continence of beauty emanating from him, there's a bit of a moment of in his mind, the comparing of flames. He sees himself as a candle, but then he looks over to what looks like the roaring blaze that is Eros, and his beauty that is just outshining all that he could try to muster. There's kind of like a slump in his posture, just a little bit, briefly. And he'll look over at her. Ah, yes. Yes, go ahead and talk to them about that. I'll be a little bit busy, and kind of just gesture with the soap, and then nods and heads back and starts continuing walking up the stairs.
She looks back at them for a bit. As you remember, she cannot speak Sindarian, so she just not a lot, and she just looks. And then she walks over to.
I'll pay no mind to these ogres.
And she just looks at you for a while, and then she walks over to Kuro.
I just let her. I mean, why shouldn't everyone get to look at me?
Kuro?
I'm busy. And I'm busy myself.
Confused.
I'm like dripping some water out of my mug just onto the table and watching it, pool up and start running along the wood, following the grains. I'm following this, and I'm poking at it with the wooden spoon, making new directions.
Torben takes your hand with your spoon, and then looks up at you.
No. I smack him with the spoon like a Yoda style. No.
And he just looks at you like.
I'm doing research here. I'm almost there. There's something. You'll say there's something at the tip of your tongue and you can't think of it. Well, there's something at the tip of my mind, and it's evading me. It's in the fog, it's in the shadows. But I'll find it. I'll clear the air and I'll find it. It will reveal itself to me.
But my table cure. He just looks at you, squinting his eyes a bit.
It's mine. It's mine now. It's mine now.
He discreetly puts a towel, just a small, close to you, so you can dry it up when you're done. Putting it there, then looking up at the ogress.
It's all mine.
They talk for a bit, and he nods at her. She smiles and then she walks out again. He's just looking at what you're doing. Just moving his cup when he has to.
So this is Solora, one of the Solora brothers, and then the ogress.
Yeah. The ogress just.
I reach out and I grab the Solora brother by his beard and I pull him close. You see right here. Now to us, time is a river. And I start pouring the water out of my mug. You can only go in one direction, but to them, it's the ocean. You can move up, you can move down, you can go forward and back. You can step sideways, and this is what I need. This is what I need to save an entire race of people. Do you understand this? Interrupting me here is dooming an entire species, so why don't you step off? Why don't you go busy yourself rubbing your damn nasty rag on some glasses and let me do my work? And I toss that rag at his face.
He just looks at you he gets it up and just...
Yeah, I think some satyrs need to go slurp down their swill and then slurp each other up when they're nice and soused up. Why don't you go tend to that matter, purveyor of filth?
So, you get into my tavern one day, and you're all about collaboration, and now this cure. And he scoops off all the water off the table and looks at you, up at you.
Ah!
He's calm, but
You fool. You small fool. You need to understand that you are of no import. The wheel grinds further and further on. It never ceases. And you are but a small pebble. Look at you. And I take one of the few times that I can stand taller than someone else. And I stand and I knock that chair aside. And I look down on him with just utter contempt and disgust. You would clear my work away so that you may have this table. Table for who? Table for all your team and customers clamoring at the door asking to be let in. Well, let's allow the hordes to come in and sup and drink. And I knock the door open to the empty streets, in this morning time, there's almost no one around. Oh, come one, come all, come see the great Solora brothers, ones who are so far more important than an entire race of the Fae. Come and see the tallow, their short, stubby ways, the bristles that grow from their chin like some sort of mouse upon a rock. Come marvel at their generosity and their wonder.
And he sneaks up behind you. Killa hear him. He's sneaking up behind you, and then he's trying to push you out the door, just behind you. I can see his strength. He has a strength of 10. He's not particularly strong, but
okay. So I do.
I
am
the greatest of tempers. Just
yeah. I am moving out. Oh. You wish to clear the way for so many other customers, and now you're shoving them outside the door. You, sir, are a conundrum. You look upon me as if I was doing something odd. No, I was doing research. I was learning the ways of space and time. And you're a small thing, an unimportant thing. As I've said, you will come to realize that you are but a pebble in the way of the wheel of time. You will be ground over, mark my words. I take my leave of you. I have others to see, others of far more greater import, ones of towering intellect and ambition, ones such as myself. Why don't you busy yourself here, you small-minded and small-bodied, weak thing? Even though he's pushing me outside the door.
He seems mad, but he also seems like calm at some and he like pushes you out and just mumbles under his breath, just drunk. Species would be extinct soon.
Oh, if only I were drunk. Here, I've never been more sober. I understand so much, and you see so little. I would pity you if you were but more than an ant neath my boot. And I turn and I just stalk away angrily, sloshing through the mud of flamed ants.
Quick question: Did I observe any of this?
Yeah, you observed it.
I wanted to make sure because I had to get up to stir the food, and I thought.
Yeah.
So I was keeping close attention to this, actually, forming some degree of a bond with the liar, and I will rapidly sort of ease out of my chair and rapidly move towards him, having not bothered to pay for anything at this juncture. So yeah, I'm sliding out into the.
He stands in the door, just looking at Kuro, just mumbling in this harsh Thulian language. She just looks after him. Just... And then Sandarian, don't bother to come back.
I glance at him and give him a glare like, maybe I'll kill you, because what he just said. I do have the intimidates.
He looks at you you're there, and he's like puts his hand on the door frame and then looking up at you.
So I slide into the muck of the thoroughfare of the streets after Quiro the liar. Quiro. Actually, I'm speaking to you at first. I'll say your name and then I say some other words in a Jiran, just to register, just to see if you seem to pick them up.
There doesn't seem to be any specific response to those.
So
just sort of turning towards the noise.
I begin to speak in the Sandarian, and like, so unfortunate you haven't learned the darkest of nectars to linger in your mouth and swirl words of such beauty that would bring tears to your soul. What was that with that disgusting monster in there? That stone-like stump.
Yes, I'm glad that you see it too. He is but moss growing upon petrified wood, long since rotted away and far, far from useful. Can't even burn it. No, it just stands there, unrelenting, offering nothing to nobody.
He is not even edible. I can smell that on him. Yes, you are correct. He is of no use to anyone. So why has he inflamed your blood so?
I was observing the ways of the universe itself in the mere water, seeing the way they would pool up or run as a tiny river. That has been the way of history. There are events, cornerstone events, as I call them. And these are immutable. They cannot be changed. They are rivers. I mean, they are the lakes in the rivers of time. You see, it flows in there. and sometimes it cannot flow out. They pool up. But eventually, a storm will come. A storm can change the flow of a river. When the earth shakes and the stone breaks, that can change the flow of a river. I only need to find a way to harness these things, storms of the sky, storms of the earth, and the river can change. You have had fortune in your history. And I start pawing at your face in the same way that, like, you put your hand upon me, like, yeah, I'm going to eat you. You know, but this is like adoration in there. You do not know the plight of my people, the Kitsune. So high and mighty were we, I could see them when I closed my eyes and entered the dream. Black spires, reaching up towards the moons, those twin moons, spires like black glass, glittering in the moonlight. I can look down upon them and see entire armies marching. I can see entire villages, entire cities. There was trade, there was wagons. The people knew their worth. People knew their place, but what do we have now? Wandering vagabonds and thieves, stealing a scrap of bread. That's not how I'm going to live. Not anymore. That's not how you've had to live.
I smile broadly, showing my fangs, but not just opening my mouth in horror. You will not live like that, Quiro. I assure you. And I placed my hand firmly, and I got like a 10 strength, on you and kind of grip into your clavicle. We together have been aligned by the ways of fate, for I myself am elegant by design, by birth, and you have a tongue that can tie knots inside a tree, and a small stump of a fool who thinks that it owns something. Well, I'm sure that you can see better to that, and better to purpose of its goods, of its funds. There are more than flesh that may fall to the predator's whim. What they have here, my small fox fae, shall be ours, upon bended knee with worship, floating ephemerally in their hearts to a song that says, Eros above me, it shall come to pass, it shall be destiny. You shall find the finest things in this land, nay, in this world. But you must provide brick for me to stand upon. Let it be known. Let it be done.
Oh, you speak of destiny. There's no more powerful force. I can feel it within you. It swirls about you like a whirlwind. Woe be to anyone that stands in the way of the destiny of Eros Adonis. We need to pull those strings. We need to understand the tapestry that we look upon. And we will reweave it in our image. There are ways, secret ways I do not yet understand, but they will be within my grasp. Come, Weaver, we will make artwork out of darkness and dream, the chill of the night, and the warmth of that place that our mind goes when we sleep. We understand all things. I believe my master Soup will be able to shed some more upon this situation. I'll see him shortly. You may, of course, accompany me.
Yes, I believe that I shall. I am pleased at what you say, but Remember, who is the burning flame of pleasure? Yes, let us go towards that walk, that mile until destiny.
And as you walk on the way to the Orcish community, you can see that tower looming over the city, the Forest Watch, or the Ice Stock, some call it. And as you walk, you get through this little square. On it, a stall, an orc selling wind harps, filling the air with strange noises. And on the other side of them, you can see a long building, and there's it just smells like a mixture of all kinds of potpourri, like essence, and it's just an overwhelming smell as smoke trickles out of the bone door. It just fills your nostrils, and you can see several nice carved benches standing. You could sitting in one of them, 3 others speaking to it, and this strange sneezing, making an argument over something. One of them is making many like hand movements, and the others are very much more quiet. And as you get closer, you get to and as you're getting closer to the orc community, you see the little fence, only 3 feet high, surrounding the community. People are more active around here as the sun is up, and they are moving about. You can see a well-known orc just moving outside of a stone tower as the only stone building in this little area, and in most of the other area. You haven't even seen another stone building. But Arvitax, you stand there. You had your rest, you had your little nap, and you're walking over to Sue's little hut, as everyone, of course, not being orcs, living outside of the temple to Nithraxu. You can take it away. You all stand there. Orcs, Nagali are walking about. More orcs.
You know what? I'll walk amongst them now and then. You know, if any other individuals sort of look in my direction, and if they, you know, like as I walk, you know, some people like an orc will turn to me, and then they'll get taken aback by that, and then they'll bow their head or something, and I'll look at them and nod. But I'm very slowly, methodically making my way. I had noted that when I woke up a little later than I had hoped, and perhaps for the master, he might have been a bit ticked off at that, but I woke and I wiped my face and the back of my neck a bit before donning on cleaner, another pair of just cleaner clothing. I'll have the other ones washed later. But I make my way there, and I'm walking through this crowd. The other Nergali now and then, they just look at me now and then. But some of the orcs, there's a strange sense of reverence as they look to me and they nod. But I make my way to the home of this Master Sue. Thoughts in my mind when I see like an Opterlang pulling a cart. You know, I sort of stop for a moment. I look at that, thinking that perhaps a future purchase shall be made. But I make my way to the home of Master Sue, and you know, but if it is it like a sort of a homestead, or is he's not in the temple?
It's a hut on the same size of Kuro, but it's of course modified to fit him. You could not actually get inside because, of course, you would not need as much space. So
I go there and I kind of go down a bit, and I go down to both knees, and I'm sort of standing on my knees, and you know I bow my head down, and in Thraxan, of course, I say, Master Sue, I have word.
And you can see him getting out of the, like, parting the veil, looking up at you.
My head's down at the moment.
And he looks at you for a while. Yes. Well, yes. And
I
he looks.
slowly raise my head up.
You. And he looks at you again, and he's just turning his head and looking at you.
Master Amos has sent me here to escort you to his study.
I can walk. Can I ask why?
The master would not share this from me. I am but his student. I bow again. Do you have a wagon, a cart pulled by beast? I am adept at guiding such. For my master has spoken there to be urgency to the summonings.
Oh, actually, this is very close to the temple. It's not. It's like a street off, so maybe that's like so. That's why it wouldn't be hard to find. It's just the.
No, he did not say for the reasonings. I am afraid.
And he looks like
But I will
behind.
show you upon your when you are willing to go. I will guide you.
He nods at you. Kuro? And he looks like behind you.
You see me like kind of like I twitch me like that name just. I slowly look over my shoulder as Kuro and maybe even Eros sees me. I'm on my knees like in the dirt, like I just bowed down like this and like now like I'm sort of sitting up and I just look over to see you two see me like this. It kind of like and I quickly start standing up. I dust my knees off and I step aside, letting Kuro and the master speak. Apparently the master knows this fetid creature.
Oh, careful about standing up in here. You may pop right through the roof. And I acknowledge that this is a very small home.
Oh, if
Well, I'm
you're
outside,
not
yeah.
inside the home, you're outside. You can't get in.
But I just look at you, Kuro, like,
Scan.
and I don't nod or anything. I just regard you, and I look at Eros. But other than that, I look back at Sue.
I smile back at you, perhaps not in the most genuine way possible.
You can see this small sprite, purple with like blue, like areas, big circular areas on him. He has nice like silken cloth about him. Not really sure if it's actually a dress or just a. Well. Yeah.
I turn to Quiro. I've never fucking seen something like that before. I'm not native to the area.
Oh, it has wings, by the way, but it's folded back.
All right, this thing is just completely blowing me away. Is that real? Is that some sort of ephemery? Just a spirit? What is that?
Real indeed. Flesh, like you and I. Are you not, Sue? And I kneel down just to get a little bit closer to eye level to this, 11-inch tall, tiny sprite man. And, I hold out, like, my pinky finger. This is how we shake hands, And,
Well.
yes, your kind, they were made by the dragon of dreams, yes, purely spun from the ephemery of the dream.
Pure
Was it
Fey. Pure Fey. There is.
Pure as Fey,
Yeah,
you
he's
hear
like,
that? And I do look.
Pop his chest out like.
I do look up at Eros with My canine's like grinning like an idiot when this little tiny man decides to proclaim himself as the purest of Fae.
It is
Mm.
what, made by a dragon and also Fae? I don't even take the thing seriously. I'm like I think I'm being fucked with. To be honest, like this is like some little illusion, some little kid's toy somehow, or a fucking spirit. This is clearly not like a person. Fucking ridiculous. So I'm looking. I look very. I'm query. I know your statistics would easily allow you to deduce. And I don't have a great poker face by any means. I'm like, man, stop fucking with me. You can see that written across my face. Like, this is some bullshit. You need to tell me the truth now before I flip out and eat you.
And he just looks. You see Sue looking up at like the three of you. And she shakes Kuro's hand.
Sue, it seems our Mi Hong Gi compatriot here is quite incredulous at your very existence. Why do you not alight upon his shoulder and show that you are not a thing of spirit, but one of flesh?
I leap back slightly, like, oh no, how they're gonna get me? They're luring me into it like the fucking Vikish did. And my eyes grow wide with the burning wonder of what you may not know.
He looks at you, just looking up at you. You tell me that that's a wolf Fae, and you want me to get close to that? He just looks at Kuro like,
Yes, I see your ruse, alleged sprite. Such a thing of a dragon of dreams, or reptiles and quails and snakes, in that special sacred place of Obiad. No, you are but a child's toy, a trickery, something to evanesce the moment to depart, I am sure, like gossamer and dew. No, I am on to this. What manner of trickery is this, girl? You think to make sport of me? Hmm?
I would not think such a thing, nor would I endanger my master. And yeah, I mean, I bow now to this sprite, making even stranger display to Eros.
And like I look at that, like I watch, you can see my eyes, perhaps when you look back up, Kuro, you see my eyes, my beady, my sunken in eyes, my pronounced almost skeletal cheekbones. There's a look of, well, not contempt.
Yes, this is Sue. He has taught me a great many things. Apotax here was questioning where I had learned the language of Thraxan. Well, here you see the answer embodied. A sprite, a thing of dreams, and not just any sprite, but one who has undergone the most holy metamorphosis, entered the dream, spun a cocoon about himself, and emerged with the ability to glide upon the air. It is a thing to be revered.
and he puffs out his wings, and just all the glory of the different swirling colors of green and purple, blues, these small like hair sticking out of it, small, just with little pinpoints of pink at the end of these green hairs, and he just stand there, just seeming almost as tall as Kuro, with the pride just flowing out of this little thing. He smiles at Kuro, showing those flat teeth.
And in Thraxa, I say to you, Kuro, speak your words quickly to your master. He is needed elsewhere.
And I respond in Thraxan, oh, are we in a rush? Why do you not let the master and student converse? I have many things to share.
Kuro Master
And like
Laru.
almost like I overstepped, I look down at Master Su again.
And he looks at Kuro. Kuro, I have to speak with Mr. Lero. Well, Master. And he smiles. I was told it was urgent. And he looks up at Architax.
Just nod. Just one single nod.
Well, if this comes from another one of the masters, then I suppose it is urgent indeed. Why don't we accompany you? And I gesture to myself and Eros. In fact, we could go back quick-like and even bring Arkova. I think he would like to see the inside of the temple. And I think back to all those times those beady-eyed judging orcs did not let me into the temple, but surely if I was accompanying the great Master Su with a giant ogre and a Mihangi, then we'd be let inside.
I just looked down at Master Su.
He looks up at you, and then there's like a slide just looking at Eros, and then like just shaking his little head like this.
Wow.
I do not know of him well enough. Kuro, you have the nicest of friends.
I do. I've met an ogre as well. He's as tall as 8 Sus.
I do like ogres.
You like this one? He's a master of sound, master of music. He can sing too. His body is adorned with artwork under the skin.
I would have to say that he sings a bit loudly for my liking.
Well, Kuro, I will take my leave. And he begins like walking, having a nod at Appetite, and then having a nod at you, Kuro, and then a nod at Eros.
Then I must respect his wishes, and I sigh. Well then, Eros, I suppose we could, if we're no longer welcome at the swing for a bit of time, we can rest in my home. And I gesture across the way to the filthy hovel that was my previous home before I had secured a room at the inn. So like a hut made out of twigs and stones.
I'm just thinking to myself, we absolutely have to do something about this, and I'm a little cast off. But I did grow up in a cave, so I'm not as much of a snob as you might think. And as you say, then, Quiro, as you say.
And it's funny, like I'll wait for Master Su to walk by me, and I like bow my head as he walks by, and then I raise my head back up, and I look at you two, and I nod, and in Sindarian I say, "In time, I join. Speak.
Yes.
Practice. Or when time allow you." I gesture to both of you.
Yes. Why not find us as swiftly as time will allow? You know where we are. And again, I point to the, at best, a thatch roof, hut.
I look at you two very calmly and just nod, and I turn to follow this little thing, this little man. It's good that I'm not, his walking pace, just oddly enough, it's just with mine. As I slowly move about.
And we go back to the swing as Arkova is getting out of the shower after, I don't know, half an hour, Arkova? Well,
Maybe about
you have like
a
ball with water.
Yeah, it was probably about 20 minutes at best. And Arkova makes his way on down to see that no one is there. His compatriots gone. And kind of rubs his bald head. And then heads back to the bar, leaning over it, as it is very small, and his form very large. He'll take out his lute and just begin strumming a few tunes here and there.
And you can see like Torben just look at you, and there's like just an angry scowl, and then like he points at the door. It's like, out. And then he like when he make that expression, he like he gets like moves away from you a bit, or like, yeah.
He'll look at him, his eyes furrowed, and he goes, "What do you mean? Why should I be going? What did I do?
Your manager was spilling water over my counter. Then he made that even better by insulting me, my station, my place. And said he has to rescue a species. I mean, but and then he looks up at you again like, I'm Arkoa. I would do business with you, but not with him as the middleman. You understand?
Ah, I see. I'm glad that you come to your senses with this.
He seems to be.
He does not seem himself.
There's something wrong. Just wrong.
Yes. He seemed quite distant when I look upon him. His face very. Something troubles his mind. I should go talk to him. I will find him. I will talk to him. We'll bring him back. We can make this. And he leans forward with a big wide smile. We could make this work.
He looks at you like, something wrong with him. I do not know. But the ogress Maud, she said that you had to get to the eye stalk close.
Where is that located?
Well, you can see it. The watch. They wanted to speak with you.
Ah. Do you know where the others went?
Pushed them out of my door.
I suppose.
I don't know what happened to him. He seems so reasonable.
He'll shrug his shoulders and looks at him and goes, I cannot say. Kuro, he is himself. He has troubled thoughts, perhaps. Maybe something has come up, upset him. I shall talk to him, see what is wrong. We all have our days. He kind of just pats him on the shoulder a bit.
He looks down like, I don't know, people changing. You would understand this. We are of Trahul. We want things constant.
What you want and what happens are two different things. He gives out a kind of a very lighthearted chuckle, but realizing kind of the bitterness of his own words, it kind of fades away.
That's why there's no use in. But you smell good. Now, play tunes or leave. You can see there's like nearly no people in here, but
Perhaps I will come by again later. And he gets up and grabs his stuff and then kind of strolls on out. And then as he's strolling out, he's kind of got these thoughts rolling in his head of this dude's about to kick him out for something he didn't do. And he gets this little spark of anger building up within him as he opens the door and firmly closes it. But not knowing where the others are, he'll make his way to the ice dock.
see and you look over the skyline of the city, which is thatched roof and not much else. Some few buildings sticking up. You can see just this one tower sticking up in the horizon. Not really in the horizon, but wooden tower.
His mind just kind of focused on that. He just kind of makes his way over towards it. Occasionally, taking turns and corners and stuff. People that he sees, he kind of gives a big smile and makes sure that they observe his form and observe his confidence as he strolls on by.
You see some smile back. Someone you see by a long building. You see some dude could sit, like one of them sitting and one of them like making one of the others move as he watch you. And when you smile at him and then showing up, he just smiles at you with he's like albino. He has like his red eyes just looking at you and smiling
He doesn't smile back at him when he sees the Duke is set. He stops, and then he kind of just is like he'll just pause right there, and he'll just kind of stand, and he'll have this kind of look going on with him. He'll be like staring him down, going,
He's not backing out. He just looks at you. His red eyes getting smaller, and then he like stands up from he's sitting on a little bench. There's two others beside him. He just looks at you. And then he sits down again. Like that was enough, and then just keeps sneezing. Like
his eyes just narrow as he continues to walk by, thinking to himself, "These filthy Ducassette."
And you can hear them like snickering at you after when you're walking. And well, after some time, you get to the so-called ice stock or Einstocken, as it's called in Mulish. It's not really its name, but that's what slang. It's a wooden tower filled with yellow and wooden banners of green and yellow. It reaches 100 feet into the sky. It's quite tall. The tallest building in the city by a high milestone. It has a flat roof and a lot of windows on the top. There's a small building built around it. And there's a wall surrounding what presumably is a garden. There's a tree sticking out from it. That's like your line of thought. And you can see an empty cart. And there's an ogre getting out of the building with a satyr in his arms. That satyr, you can see that one of the arms are missing, and it's cut up really bad. And he puts it on the cart, and he looks at you. And then he nods.
No, he nods in return, and looking around, he'll walk up to him. Who is in charge here? I have information to relay.
Hunter.
Is Is he inside? Or she? Or whoever?
He's she. He's not she. There is someone in there. You can see like a blonde satyr walking in. With like nice clothing, gold ring on his like horns, and all looked up nicely. And he looks at him. It's not part of the watch. I think it's. There's a satyr. Don't remember name. He looks up at you.
Very well then. And he'll just start to stroll right on in. And
as you're walking in there, you could like hear. Use the force to defend our borders. First. You're not called the First Watch. And why do we have a wolf guarding us? And as you like get in, you can see like this blonde satyr just yelling at another satyr that's cleaning a table. The other satyr is like, looking up at it like wide-eyed, like all confused. My taxes and the tolls of the goods, they keep you here for nothing. The caravans for the Red River also stopped. How do you want us to make anything of this city? And there's like the other satyr just looking at him, looking up. Maybe you should get some wine, calming you slightly. And he smiles at the other, and the other just looks furious. Let me speak to Hansa. And no. And he just looks the other, just angry, just looks up at you.
Oh, he looks angry at me. I stare back at him and I return that gaze, because I'm not gonna have people get mad at me for no reason. I've had that enough happen to me. And he'll stare down back at him and he'll kind of flex a bit. He'll be like,
You can see him like, and then like he like, get back here, and he's like, it has not even been 2 days, you know. And he's like looking at him like angrily, then looking up at you, and then scuttling out. And the other one just looks up at you. Thank you. And he like he's like dragging a rag over the table, cleaning it.
I have information to relay. Are you in charge? I was part of a caravan that was attacked by Vigish.
You. And he like gets up like a book and opening it up, getting a quill and like getting all saturated, and then like looking down at the table, still like filled with like blood pieces, and just looking at the book, and then he looks very tired for a second, and then he like, yes.
And he begins to spin this marvelous tale of how there was like probably like 35 of them just swarming from all angles, and and when he goes into the escape scene and stuff, he goes into even more outrageous detail, how there was like 30 of them that tried to tackle him, and he would bust them off, and they would tell about how Eros would just backhand 8 of them back to back. He'll spin this tale as wildly as possible, trying to build up the suspense of it.
You see the satyrs just looking all like first, and then he like looks up, and suddenly like a light in his eyes, and he just falling in, and he stopped writing. At first he was writing, and then he stopped writing. He just looks up at you, and it's this wide smile just comes over his face.
And then like it zooms back into Arkova's face as his eyes are wide, and he goes, "Yes, and that is when I screamed and yelled, and it shook the air, and those disgusting creatures, those noseless things, they ran after I slain their brothers and sisters. Yes, and we sat and we got warmed by their fire, by that smelly lake. I can still smell the stench in the air and the victory of what we had accomplished.
You should be part of the watch. I'm glad to have you here. And he just looks up at you. He has like smear of the ink on his sleeves, and he's like leaning forward on the book, and he just looks up at you.
And just to finish it off, just to add a little panache on it, he twirls around his mandolin and gives a little.
And he just looks up at you and smiles, and like puts a hand up at that, like you can see it, smeared with ink, and he just looks up at you.
Oh, he just grabs his arm. Arkova!
And he like shakes your arm, all smiling. You're great. And he like gets around the table and just looks at you and just praising you and.
Oh, as he does so, I just kind of stand tall and have my hands in my hips. Wide smile.
He like touches your muscles a bit and just and smiling.
Flexing happens there. Yeah.
But well, and he like looks at the book again. But it's more about if you saw something in the forest. We had some problems, you know. And he looks up at you again, like smiling, like. When you were with Maud, right? And he's like all this energy you just gave him just running out slowly, and he's just slumping down again. So you came in yesterday, right?
Yes, a few days ago. Where did you camp? Out of the forest? That's what Maud said. This is true. We camped towards the side, off the road, not to be seen by those Vigish. Of course, they would not want to be near us again.
And he's like smiles, like a bit of energy back in him. Well, I guess nothing can be gained from this. And he looks at you. But did you hear the horns? Maybe?
I heard horns that night. Not much else. We had dinner, we ate. That was about it.
I have notes on, he looks like, on the destroyed paper, that you have a Nyangi with you.
What is that?
Wolf Fairy. The ones that eat even more meat than you.
Are you referring to Eros? I hear many refer to him as Wolf Fae.
And he looks at his notes and maybe you said Eros.
He is striking. You not forget him when you see him, like flame in your mind. burns brightly.
No, he's wolf fairy. No flame.
No.
They,
It is
this,
flame in mind. You will not forget him. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you at some point. You will see.
They don't like flame. Don't like to be near it. But it is. What did this wolf fairy eat? You got game for it or foxes for it to eat?
And kind of scattering about in his own mind, he thinks about to the scene that he had walked upon, where he himself held himself gorged, and he just simply looks at him and goes, with his guile of 5, he will look at him and say, "Nothing more than the wild game present in the area."
Well, I thought so. I know they would not like to eat not fresh meat. You see, for the leader of the Forest Watch, Hansa, he will even not eat something I caught. Strange. Well, I guess that's it. He smiles up at you and begins writing again. He's tearing a page out and putting it, copying it.
Is that all you
his
need?
one sleeve up.
Is that all you need, my little friend?
He looks at you. No, I'm not little. You're big.
Ah, that is right. I am. And he just kind of flexes a little bit. Yes.
He smiles up at you and begins rolling one of his the sleeve with all the ink on off.
He'll pull out a little rag and hand it to him. You should wipe that up, my friend.
Nah. It's already. You can see it. It will not come off for now. I will just make it worse. You keep that.
Maybe you get work like me, and he'll kind of point to his tattoos.
You know, snakes are not seen as well here. We are. I know I can trust you, Akroba, right?
He leans in closer.
he's not. Yeah, below lizard. We have a snake in this town.
A typhon, you say? And a low tone.
Yeah. He looks out all paranoid, just looking around in this empty room.
Does this typhon know the art of the body work? Of the needle and the flesh?
He surely have them on his body. Not know if he's does it himself.
Probably knows somebody, if not know doing himself.
Typhon always knows somebody.
Oh, that's right, they do. Gotta haggle, though. Or else it'll be an arm and a leg. Get it? Ha 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 ha! And just kind of slaps him on the shoulder.
And he's all in a shock. Yeah. Aye. He smiles at you. Yeah. Well, I have to get the other one in here.
Hey, I will see you around, my friend, and don't worry. When you hear this tune, ding, you'll know. You are
I'm
welcome to hear and listen. And he just strolls on out with a little bit of a tune that he's playing.
And he just like you can hear him you can hear him just walking after you a bit. And then closing the door.
And as he gets outside, though, his bright countenance kind of furrows a bit as he thinks to himself, "That was close. Almost got caught. I better find the others quickly. Inform them. This will not go. We must keep this to ourselves." Then he just looks around and he starts every Ducasit that he sees, his eyes kind of narrow. Many ears. Many blades. And then just as he keeps walking again to try to find them, his countenance goes back, putting on the veneer of happiness as he begins to play a jolly tune. Perhaps they may hear and be attracted like moths to the flame, or in this case, moths to the big red mountain.
You could give me a minstrel if you really want to play loud. I'll not say no to that. I did have music on, but none of you were in there. Play it again.
I got a 15.
I guess you others could roll perception. It's not widely noticeable. It's not? Do you have the dice stream thingy?
What type of is it? Smell based at all?
No, it's hearing.
Okay, well I have an 18.
Yeah, I have a 16.
And what? Oh well, you dropped out. Well, Akro, you can hear. Akro's distinctive music plays out over the wind harps a bit, as you Eros can hear it with your long, fairy ears.
But
What did you say? I picked up someone just started talking to me. I couldn't quite hear you.
You can hear Eros' music playing over the sound of the wind harps.
Arkova's music.
Oh yeah, sorry. I can't hear a lot because I put my music master volume too high. So.
I will. I guess Quiro is beside me. I will say to Quiro, I hear the music of that Arkova ever so slightly ebbing over the others. It's so loud, it's so abrasive. So very ogre-like. Alright, Trevor, I mentioned to you we had, well, apparently I don't know if you did, but I heard, well, I guess I'll just redo it. The music of Arkova, I hear it even now, etching over the other sounds that permeate the thoroughfare. So loud, obnoxious, abrasive. It's so very ogre. I shiver with
Oh, you heard it too. At first I had thought it was only in my head, a memory of... Well, never mind that. Let's see if that
Indeed,
red mountain is a strolling down the street.
Indeed, I did. Yes, well, I suppose we know the location in which to locate him.
When you all do see me, I'll be... Arkova will just be playing his tune, looking around, nodding his head, and as people may gather and follow, he'll be having this procession like a Pied Piper, walking along, having people strolling behind him, maybe even dancing a little bit.
You can see one or two drunken satyrs following you a bit. Just. Thank you.
Oh, he'll turn around and he'll kind of play a little bit of a tune as he gets up close to him and goes, yes! And then turn back around. He'll begin a little dancing a little bit as he's moving through the streets.
You can see them do like a boot dance, if you know what that looks like. But
That arc over there, his entire procession is leading a parade. I'm unaware of anything on the 44th day in his celebrations, but perhaps he has started one of his own, a new tradition for Flame Dance to enjoy.
Lo there! There you are! Kuro! Eros! And a wide smile on his face.
Indeed. We heard you from quite some ways away, Argo. Yes, we were led by the sounds. They ethereally mixed with the air above. Blown in, it would seem. Quiro wished to make a invitation to you as is the reason for our current presence here. Quiro, if you will, kindly.
Yes, why don't you come into my humble home and duck your head and partake of libations? And I have like this meager sort of like grass tea sort of thing. Like I don't, it's unclear if this is supposed to be like soup or if this is just like a weak ass tea. That's all I've got.
I accept your invitation, my friend. And it is good that we go into some place private. I have much to tell. And then as he says his music kind of dies down low, and he kind of gives a little bit more of a concerned look.
I grab my straw broom, and when the satyr's like try and get in, I'm like ha. Run away with my broom. Yeah. Once one comes in, they never get the smell out. Now.
Speaking of smell, I applied that soap you gave me, and he begins like kind of wafting his hand a bit around his flesh.
Yes, it's nice. It's fresh and yet masculine at the same time. Like no one will ever forget that you are a glorious ogre man.
It is a strange feeling at first, but I like it. I like it a lot. Thank you, Eros. I may enlighten others to such things. And as he walks inside the house, ducking his head and form inside and finding a place to sit, still hunched over, before being able to erect his form in the chair.
Yeah, very, very good. You have this stool here. It creaks and sort of shakes under the weight of an ogre. Now,
He looks around unassured, perhaps that might break underneath him.
now, I had come here to meet Sue, my master, my teacher, but Apotax was here before. His master had summoned Sue, and they seemed to be having some sort of secret meeting in the temple there, over yonder. And I point to that temple of Anthraxu. I've attempted to gain us entry into this place, a place I've wished to see for some time, see the wonders within, but they are xenophobic. They seem to only allow orcs within, and I guess the occasional sprite. Perhaps later, when Sue is finished, I'll be able to speak with him. I had hoped we could do so in the temple, but I suppose we could do here or outside his hut. Either way, this is what I wish to do, to speak with him, to learn things. I had an epiphany when I was in the swing that night after we had drank. I saw something. I could far better understand space and time, the way that all things are connected. I felt them, Arkova, and I tried to decipher what I had seen. Judging by what Eros has told me, I was rude to one of the Salora brothers, and we were
yes,
forced
you
from
were.
the premises.
You nearly kicked me out as well. I was not having none of that. I'll have no one.
Let's not be so hasty as to say that you were being rude. That would infer that the diminutive stump of stone had some degree of right to anything other than ill treatment. And clearly, collectively, we know such is folly. All it has the need for is a quick humiliation. Leave it without its undue hubris to insult you so crudely. Aquiro is certainly a sin, and all sinners shall find the chance to repent in their screams. And I smile wide, showing off my perfect white fangs.
Speaking of screams, he kind of leans forward. We must be careful. I just came from the tower where the watch is. They're talking about that night. A couple of satyrs missing. We mustn't speak of what happened that night.
When the Vargish came, absconded with them, never to be seen again. Is that what you speak of, Arkova?
No. Do you not remember in the woods when we feasted on that?
When the Vargish feasted, when they took them away.
Not the Vargish.
I just repeat it louder. Like when the Vargish came and smote those satyrs down for no other reason than their unbridled cruelty, their inbred ways made their minds feverish.
And then as he hears that, it finally clicks in his head, and he goes, "That is right. Those Vargish," as he'll say out in the open air. They attack those satyrs, skin them alive, perhaps even eat their flesh. Surely that is the way of these things.
Yes, I mean, who can truly say what depredations the Vagish will get up to? None can truly know.
One can only wonder from things that have no noses.
Yes, I've always found that odd. They must be deprived of the sense of smell, and the joy that such things can bring makes them irritable. Would you not
Oh,
agree?
no, it must be the fact that they smell so bad. They could not stand to have a nose no more. So they remove it. That's what I think. At birth, they cut it off. I hear some humans do that to their, it kind of just points down below to their own males, yeah? A little bit?
Truly, well, then I suppose that human line will no longer continue, missing the privy member. Oh well, more fools they. Though if the Vagish cut off their nose to spite their smell, then why do those noisome creatures, the Ferrum, still have their bulbous noses, squat upon their face like a pear hanging off a man's face?
Maybe, like our friend Eros, they have appreciation of different smells,
Hmm.
And it kind of begins
Yeah.
like wafting the air and just kind of inhaling.
Yes, an appreciation is certainly apt and true. Still, with this many inhabitants can often prove far many unappealing scents to accompany those that are themselves excellent. I keep hearing, Quiro, of this Mihangi that haunts this area. I have yet to see this alleged brethren of mine. I should like to do so if I am to make residence here amongst these. Well, I just look around disgustedly. What's around us?
Yes, a cousin from a family branch that is from a far, far distant pine tree. His skin is white like milk, and his hair black as the night sky. A different tribe, to be sure, but he is Mihangi.
I have heard of pine trees. I have yet to see one.
Hmm.
Interesting it must be. I wish to know what they smell like. I've heard them called evergreen. And I've heard there's a pungent smell from traders I've met upon my road from my home of stone.
Their scent is fine, and they are evergreen. They have a resiliency, an eternity, for I have seen them in Niflheim, amidst the snow, that blinding white that seems to cover all things, and yet there they are, green and defiant, covered in snow, and yet they do not droop, they do not turn brown, they do not break away. They are evergreen. It is something to admire, and something to think about in that cold place. I do not know how they stand tall like that. But Hansa Kiyun is the name of the Mihangi. He is the captain of the Force Watch, the guard force here, essentially. He spends most of his time in the woods, searching out horrors and criminals, escaped or otherwise. He brings them to justice. There's the occasional hanging, but mostly they are jailed, kept here. There's a certain amount of mercy in Flame Dance.
What does hanging mean?
For the most egregious of defenders, they'll put a rope about their neck, hang them from a tree or gallows that they have built. They'll hang them there until they're strangled and dead. Or they will put them atop an Optalang, swat the Optalang, and as it runs, the man is then dropped, and his neck snaps and he dies. It is, as they say, the more merciful way to execute a criminal.
Does he eat his flesh afterwards? He's kind of nodding as he says that.
Legally, no. But certain ones have disappeared, I am told. It is rare to
Why would
find
you waste
a
flesh?
satyr.
That makes no sense at all. Why would you waste the flesh? That makes no sense at all. And I look at Arkova like, I mean, what's wrong with these people?
I kind of share that look as well, like,
Few here in Flame Dance will partake of the meat that walks on two legs, but I have it on good authority that
Well,
when a
I
satyr
will show you this, that more that have come here will do so in abundance. And I pat you in the back, like maybe threateningly. It's kind of like one of those.
I have no doubt of this, but what I do know is when a satyr criminal is slain, when he is hanged there, it is rare for his bones to find a grave. The body tends to disappear, and ogres are picking their teeth.
Satyrs are very tasty. I'm glad we're able to make such a sumptuous feast of their flesh. Delicious.
Arkova just kind of pats his stomach as you say that. Stringy meat. Especially after having much wine. It's good. It is very good.
Well, they can only be repaid in kind for their ways of trying to devour those foxes. Innocent foxes, simply living out their lives in the forest. As I said, they have a strange desire to either possess or destroy all things of beauty. You cannot let them roam free.
But as the Dark Fae make their bonds tighter in the small hut of Kuro, where they are exactly that, close to each other. But we go to a staircase, little flying sprite, an orc. He looks back at you.
My master will be waiting.
Okay. You do not have to. You do not have to extol. Follow me here. This is fine. And he like picks up speed and like swoops in.
I like linger there looking at him as he flutters off. And
He's quite fast, and not his feet, but in his wings. And they have like a wingspan of like twice him. So quite big.
Now, like I had mentioned earlier in our first session, I let my master deal with his business by himself, as is his status above me. So I do not enter the study. Instead, I just simply turn back and conduct myself with other sort of. There are other menial tasks that I have to do, I'm sure, within the temple, whether it be cleaning the floors or reorganizing some other sort of texts, or making sure a satyr doesn't wander in. But for the most part, I'm sort of busy. I busy myself with little busy work until I see either calling from either of the masters. Now and then I look at a mirror, just longingly, knowing that there are other things behind it, and I'm feeling a hit of my own pride being damaged for something that looks at me from the other side of the mirror, sees me just sweeping the floors.
Definitely he has something loud, well, a loud gasp, and he just got in there. Then quiet speaking afterwards. And after a long, long time, you can sort of feel, though you're not looking there, you're not in the same room, there's something in there, like a cold breeze you feel sliding up against your spine. Hairs, well, if you had hairs, the small hair sacs stand up, and your roots like get a little bit out of your fingers. Something happening in the other room, but everything is very quiet and secretive. But, yeah, you are left up to your own.
But I do busy myself. Yeah, I busy myself for some time with my own workings. I mean, this is just a day-to-day activities of practicing my own calligraphy and just simple, just writing and rewriting Sundarian, or practicing Sundarian and other Thraxa and other languages, and reading a bit. And there's a moment of prayer that I do as well. But eventually, I finish a lot of my sort of menial tasks here, and seeing that the masters haven't summoned me for any other further need, I am free. I have some. I resort to my other consigned duties by my master, and I leave the temple, and I regard that mirror, that first great oval-shaped mirror when you first enter that temple. I regard it as if it was something, as if it was a person. And I turn to it and I back out. I bow my head as I turn back and leave the temple. The sun perhaps is well on its descent. But I do have plans on spending some time, because I know where Kuro is in his homestead. But first,
I have a little note for you.
Okay.
Actually, there's like a boiling flask in your room that wasn't there before. There, waiting for you.
Now, of course, I'll go up to it. I mean, that's not like, well, my master must have misplaced that. I'll put it back in its right place. But I approach it. Is there like a source of fire or anything making it bubble?
Well, you don't have a source of fire. You have some candles in your apartment, but
Yeah. But it's like, is it like a vial? Just is it in a holding?
it's a boiling flask. It's circular, and then there's like a
like a little holding thing.
but it's very it's just circular in the bottom. You can't really stand on anything.
Like I go and I just inspect it, and I look around for any sort of writings or notes, maybe thinking that maybe my master had been working on this and he was pulled elsewhere. Like this was an experiment that he was midway pulled away from.
It's all clean.
I just look at it. I don't smell it or anything. I just sort of look at it and watch it a few moments, and I look around.
Your master would sometimes leave not gifts, but like further equipment for study at you if he wanted you to focus on something new, like a new barber tool, a new scroll, just be like a silent, request.
So through my workday, I'll suddenly I'll see that and I'll just and I'll, like almost walking a bit on all fours, just get a bit close to it. My tusks sort of curving downward as I make sure I don't knock it over with my tusks, but I bring my face quite close to it, and then I just watching the liquids bubble and whatnot. Just
It's empty. There's nothing in it. It's just an empty ball. But glass is expensive, and it's very clear glass. So.
okay. I thought it was just like a bubbling vial.
No. It's not in a like a. No. It's just.
Oh, okay.
It's like.
Either way, I look at the glass the same way. Glass being a very rare thing for me to see, especially so far away from a coast or sand or anything like that. But I just look at it very like gently, kind of like my orcish hand goes down, my long sort of fingernails, a little bit longer, just pick it up, I look at it, and I watch like the candlelight shine through it.
When you put it up to the candle, there's like a small bluish tint to it, just slightly.
But I seeing that as an obvious gift, as payment for my duties. I very neatly put that away amongst my other tools, and definitely not at the edge of a table or anything like that. Just it's got a nice little place there. But I just sort of keep it there, and then I leave the temple.
Yeah.
But I leave the temple looking to make a purchase. With me, I have a few seeds, and that's it, really. But like a small leather pouch of seeds, and I'm going out before the sun falls down in the sky. I'm gonna look for buy myself an optalang and a cart. Buy my own little thing to get around on. If not, if I can't get both of those, I'm basically looking for an animal, like an optalang.
An optalang is very, very big, very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
But I
can't know that.
Yeah.
I just look for like a stable master or like some sort of beast master, or like if there's a ranch.
You know the Hippens, but you don't really know anyone other. But you could of course look in this town.
All right.
So.
Knowing the Hibbins, I'll actually make my way to them. The animals that they have, I'm probably a little too big to ride on those, but maybe they'll know where to look. So, I mean, if there are some like Hibbin ranches, some of their strange sort of animals that they got going, I'll go towards that sort of farmland area.
Yeah. So are you going to that little hut where they live in, or to the place where the Hibbins are herding their milk-producing animals?
No, I'll go towards the ones that I had spoken to before.
Yeah. Just to find them. Yeah. Or to sits outside in the sun. She has like her egg, like holding around it, just looking at the sun, like falling down. And she looks up at you. And she waits for you as you like slow-mo, like moving closer and closer, and she just looks at you.
And my mouth sort of tightens, like I don't know how to smile. Or perhaps orcs can't smile, just a tight-lipped sort of. I come here looking for a purchase, a beast of which I wish to ride. The roads grow longer and longer here in Flame Dance.
So you want like I think an ostrich is too small for you.
I look out like the herd.
You see that one with the big eyelashes looking at you, and then recognizing you.
Large lizard, optalang, this is the name. That
Hmm.
would be good.
Good beast. Hmm.
I have seed. Yeah. And I just give it to her. Yeah.
She
I have
just
seed.
looks at the like pouch. She's not like taking it. She's like holding around her egg, just stroking the egg, and she looks at you.
And I pull it back. But I like still sort of hold it out like a kid, like just having like some money. I have seed here for payment.
Which
Um,
sheets?
here in pouch.
Which?
What do you speak?
Melon seeds, pumpkin
Oh,
seeds. Oh well, not pumpkin seeds. And he like,
I
what are they like? No, no pumpkin seeds. Like,
I just kind of turn my head at that, like, oh, okay. But I look back and I was, um, I believe there are seed of melon, uh, of tree, of is good seed though. It is from Orcish Gardens. I had obtained them from my practices in respect to those that have passed. And it's like kind of obvious to her that I have no fucking idea. Like, no grades in farm or anything. I'm just. They are good seeds, though. They will grow. I look for one that raises the Optilang creatures.
I do believe it would be hard to sell with seeds.
No, seeds grow, give food.
Yeah, but you know, a bag of feeding for the Opsaling herder, that would not bring a whole Opsaling. Which can
Why is this?
Arenda! And you can see him like from inside the ostriches. You can see him like waddling. He looks at you.
I'm not at him.
And they like make like squeaky noises at each other, and then he looks at you and goes out, takes your bag, and yeah, too heavy, and
I
then
just give it to him. Just
he,
like very like, all right, here you go.
and he looks down at it. And he looks up at you. Up the line? Up the line?
Yes, one to ride.
And he like closes it and hands it over.
Right, give back. No good.
He shakes his head. They
What more?
copper?
Berries?
Copper.
Why? Why this?
More value for let's wait. And he looks to his wife again, and then she like.
But copper does not grow. Does not give food. It is useless. It is hard. It is cold. It could bend. No, it is. No, seeds work better. Fruit, perhaps, yes. Fruit, potato, melon. Yes, good food. Do I need this for Optilang?
I think you need copper. Silver, maybe?
No silver. Silver, good. Copper, not good. Who needs silver? You do not have Optilang, but you know? You speak to me as if you know.
You know what?
Where I may have Optalang?
There is a herder, a human. I used to work for him.
Clayman?
Hmm.
Oh.
He's
Clayman, copper,
not.
silver.
He not.
Hmm. I like shake my
They
head.
got those, and they point to the ostrich. Milica.
Hmm. I see. Hmm. Silver and copper. For Optalang then. Where is Ranch Optalang? Where is this? Where does the Clayman have this? I want to know so when I find silver, copper, I keep seed. I give this to Clayman. And you give me Optalang.
It is close to the Temple of Velek, just outside town, south. Perhaps closer to Temple of Morgul. You know, houses the ever burning.
No.
Where they make something new, bricks.
No, I no go there then. Other ranch, other Optalang. One not by. I look at them and I like pause for a moment. Not by thief. Not by house of thief. I not take from them. I am not them.
No. Well, you could. There's most ranches are in that area.
Clayman, take it.
They like.
I like looking
They
at
just show
them.
like. He's like. I no.
They take Optalang, they bring it to House of Thief, and they wish for blood of dead gods. Strange. Clayman, very strange. Do not like this, though. A thief is too consistent in their story.
And
I thank you for your wisdom. Although it is strange.
I can find you when there's a caravan who gets in from the north. A lot of Optalang herders from there. Hibben.
That's that is better. That is better. Much better. Yes. Hibben needs seed. I'll get more seed.
They would also like copper.
Huh?
Not silver, but
What do you
copper.
do with copper? I kind of look down and I'm like, what do you do with copper now?
And they like point to their like hut besides their little other hut. Their actual like earth. You can see like the connections between the wooden beams are like copper. And he points to that.
I see. I see. Oh, copper then. I look back at them. I need copper for this. This is good. I will have to find copper then. I have none. I only have seed. Yes. I look back down at them and nod.
You
Thank
see him
you.
like walking back and like stroking the egg a bit. They look up at you.
I just watch that and I just thank you.
They both nod at you.
I'll take my leave now. I will come back. Give you copper.
Then
Good.
we do deal with we do the deal for you, or
I'm turning around. Oh, yes. I come. I give copper to you You give Octoling to me. You don't have Octoling here with you. What you say, you get it.
Hmm?
Just like I get copper. Huh?
You can see Avenda just looking at you, smiling, and
Good.
she waddles back.
You see, like I pat the dirt between us, like the strange Orcus custom. I like pat the dirt and I sort of like rub it clockwise for 4 times. And then I pat it once more. Deal. I turn back around. Slowly begin to waddle on off to the homestead of Kuro. The bag of seeds just amongst my person. And as it gets darker, there's that slow, rumbling, dry voice in Thraxa. Kuro, are you home?
Oh, it seems our orcish friend has finally ambled his way back here. Kept us waiting a bit. But I do open the door. Ah, Apotax, it's good to see you.
I bow. And then I look behind you. I see the other 3, and I look at you all. And I make eye contact with each of you, and I nod to each one of you, all politely.
I return the nod to you.
You
Arkova nods in return and greeted with a wide smile of his white teeth as he drinks.
And in Sindarian, I speak. You change. Stay here now. Kuro with him. Look at like you
It
two.
is pleasing to see you again, medicine man.
Your arm, your body, no hurt. Yes. Little bit. Little.
I feel much better under the care of your careful administrations. I appreciate you from bringing me from the brink of destruction. My gratitudes go with you most fully and humbly. And I smile, large wolfish grin.
Kuro. I'm speaking Sindarian. Kuro. Looking into the hut, seeing like a big ogre there, and it's kind of getting a little squished, claustrophobic. I just look at you, Kuro. I wish to join, but I just look at Arkova, kind of like blaming him, kind of thing. Like, I look back at you.
Yes, why don't we take this out into the open air of the evening? My accommodations are a bit modest for our large party. And I push some of those stools outside.
When Apotax looks at Arkova like that, Arkova kind of begins to look at himself, and then he just begins sniffing himself as if maybe perhaps the lovely scent of soap has washed away.
When I notice you doing that, I sniff slightly. Yes, it's much less offensive. As I encourage you to continue with the product until it is completely diminished. Even when it is but to its slightest nub. Use that as well, yes. It should serve you most intimately.
I do enjoy it. It feels good upon my flesh, and the scent. This is a new feeling for me. I like it. I thank you for it, Eros. You have enlightened me to a new experience. And he takes a little waft.
Yes. Enjoy that. I am glad to see you have benefited from pleasure. I No, we all benefit from its use upon you as well. You must be the finest smelling ogre in 1,000 miles of any direction. Probably far further, honestly.
He kind of just looks up and kind of nods, and he's kind of like staring up into space as he does this. But he's like, his mind is now imagining himself being even more grand.
So, I help Kuro, I actually help you, Kuro, bringing benches out or stools out, and I help sort of almost
My favorite
orientate.
bench here.
Is made. Did you make this bench?
No, it fell off the back of a cart somewhere. It's my favorite, though the wood is less splintered here. Here, Alcova, you can sit upon this stool. You can put two together at once.
Yeah, the wood is made well. And as we situate some stools and whatnot, then I suddenly notice I'm sitting next to Arkova, and I suddenly notice something, and I turn towards you, Arkova, and I look up at you, Arkova. And I'm not looking at your eyes, but I'm looking at your dome. I'm looking at your head, and those tattoos. Oh, what is? Oh, are you sick? Are you sick? What is this? Mark. And I bring my head up, and I don't touch your head, but I bring it like this close. I gesture at it.
Oh, I see. I'm surprised you didn't notice before. This is tattoos. Have you not heard of such things? Art upon the flesh.
I slowly nod. How? You do?
No. When I was but a much younger lad, I had work done to me by a Typhon, skilled with needle, put needle to flesh, and applied these markings upon my body.
Typhon, what is word? Kuro. In Thrax I say to you, father. Father, what is word? Father. Alright. And I keep saying Kukara, in Thrax.
Yeah, that would be father in Sindari.
Your father, Typhon. Is this word?
No, do you not know of the snake people? That is what I refer to when I say Typhon.
Snake people? No, snake animal. Small.
They are large, tall, thick. I have seen them there in my home, in the desert of Ash. They are known for their skill with the ink quill, and it pierces the flesh and leaves such strange markings. Those seen in my home with such markings were often put to a fiery end.
And as Arkova, as Eros is describing this, and Arkova kind of joins in. He kind of takes his hands and tucks them close to himself. And he goes, the arms like this, small, the claws, but they're very skilled, very skilled. You go in close, with long tongue, lapping, and they prick upon my flesh. Each time, ink embedded in my red skin.
Is Abitax. There is, I suppose he does not come to the orcish section of Flame Dance, but there is a Typhon in the village, though we simply called him the Snake Man or the Serpent Man. In fact, this Typhon word is new to me. We just simply called him the Snake Man. I've only seen him at a distance. He is a priest of some kind, and I can't say I have any interest in his religion.
Oh, I must
The
say.
animal. Why you have animal do this to you?
His eyes light up as you say just animal. He looks at you. Oh, you better not say that towards that actual Typhon. They get mad. They like it when you know them. Especially when you get their names right. Long names they have.
Oh, so he would take offense at me calling him Snake Man, as I have done for cycles now.
He would spit poison in your eyes. I've seen this.
Like I've kind of pulled back and I shake my head like you folks. Snake man, animal that speaks tongue, uh, but strange. You tell tale is
They are known to be the best liars in the hot sand, and the beating sun, and the burning glory above. It is best to not take anything they say as truth. But be wary. Do not assume all they say is lies. It is difficult to say. They trade in caravans at times and make their way from one post to another in the desert, exchanging items and goods. I have seen them only 3 times in my life, but they are to be. You must be wary. They are cunning, cagey, and smart inwardly. They will act cowardly when secretly only using the space to rear back and lunge those fangs, as he has said, that pump that swill venom deep inside you to burn even your very soul. I would be cautious. Do not wound their pride, for one may slide into your domicile and end you while you slumber.
I nod. I thank you for this. I know not. I know not this.
Yes. One applied this tattoo, as I said before. It was a good experience. Father got a good price for it.
I do not understand how put charcoal under.
Arkova will then take out like a little bone that has like a sharp tip, and then he'll like, with like a bowl, he'll kind of like dip it into water, and he'll go, picture this as black ink. They take something sharp and they dip it in, and then they poke. They don't go all the way in, but they poke enough to go into flesh. You can feel it. Ink put right there. They do this many times.
And like you see me with it, like I'm watching you, and you see me like very attentive, and I'm like nodding.
Some of them practice the different styles that other cultures have. I see some Typhon, they take a little hammer and they tap as if they chisel rock. They do that upon the flesh. Make many tiny dots all across.
You say price good. I look at Kuro for guidance in this as I'm speaking Sindarin. Copper. I need. How? You. And I gesture to Kuro. And then I gesture to Arkova. How you?
How I get copper? My friend. And he kind of turns his mandolin around to the front and goes, I'll show you how. And he begins to play. People hear this, and they give me money.
They give you copper.
Silver sometimes as well.
No. Like that's a lie. Like no.
My father, he once earned gold for his performance.
Gold good. Why give to you?
Because I am entertaining them. My services are not free. It is my business. As Eros would say, to endure pleasure. Mine. His pleasure, his business is to please the nose, the sense. But mine, pointing to his ears, is the ears. I make sure to titillate those and make sure that you think.
I wince slightly when you say it, like, oh.
Mm.
And when you do that, there's like a moment of where he's like frantically trying to still find that right tune.
And I just nod.
Some
then
ears are more difficult to please than others, Arkova. Do not take it personal.
No, it is not personal. It is just, as his brow furrows, a challenge.
You are just far, far too loud for me. My ears are very sensitive, as is my nose. I find it difficult. The sound level. Unless music is very soft, I do not care for it in general. It is not simply yours, but yours is often quite full of passion and bravado, boldness, and it soars and becomes louder. It is the ogre way, the yawning maw of the cave. I know the cave too, but I reside in one that was very, very quiet, save for the crackling of the dry desert wood.
And,
Never
and with
been.
with those words kind of echoing in his mind, he kind of feels the wind on his back a little bit as there's a light breeze, and then he'll begin lightly plucking, almost at the rhythm of the wind a bit, ever so slowly and lightly.
And almost like rudely, as you're, almost like I take it that you're practicing, or something. And I look to you, Eros. Never been word desert. Never been. What is?
It is very, very far from here. I hear there is a place near here of blue sand and venom that spewed from Thunderbirds' mouths. I do not understand the story fully, but that is not the same from what the traders have told me, the stories they have painted. No, the desert of ash is gray. It is red. It is yellow and frosted gold, and there are gray stone there besides, and odd formations eaten away by Igvale over an epoch of time. Yes, it is a wondrous place. It is a quiet place. It is a place where you can hear sounds at night of animals moving and lurking, and the whistling of the wind upon that vast, endless sea of golden specks, tinged with smolden black and gray. That is it. It is like tiny little pieces of a perfectly round glass everywhere. They are stacked, and they are from all sides. And you may stand upon them, and they may move, and they may shift. The ground is not like the ground here. No, it does not have the solid character. It does not have the fortitude of what you are used to. There are no crops to be planted. Well, not in this form of fashion you are allowed to have here. It is a hard, harsh life, and the sun beats down. There is no shade. There is no kindness. But I lurked there in the hollow caves, cool, damp pools to take water from. It is not abundant like it is here. Oh, the vastness of bounty that you possess. If I were to take you there, you would be horrified and likely soon to perish. It takes a life and it makes it harder, gives it greater strength, like obsidian. And I rub my hand over the runic blade that I pull slightly out of the sheath on my back. Yes, that is the desert. It is cruel, but it can be sweet if one knows how to nurture it. Just so. And the smells there, they are not like here, they are abundant. As if like a trip back in the mind to a time, to a place, to a point, a destination. Yes, when I think of what the wind would bring in from many, many miles away, and I would find it, and I would break it down to its smallest point, and that point is where I would find the beginnings of pleasure. Arkevo, that is in my art, the essence. As I hunt it, as I bring it to fruition, like a living dream to play upon flesh. Tell each of you that is what I shall bring here to Flame Dance. For I have traveled far, and I have much to do. Oh, it shall. Excellent.
Narkova is just silently nodding, his eyes wide as he was practicing.
Almost like strangely, perhaps to you, Eros. You know, my reaction's a bit, maybe not as like I'm awestruck. But I'm just like, you say word pleasure. I hear many satyr say a lot. They have. You have. I'm like looking at you, Eros.
Yeah,
He
well.
understands not the word. This does not surprise me in the least.
Satyrs are foul, despicable, vulgar creatures. They understand pain and death, but I have taken something from them, and I assure you I shall take more. I have already been grinding it in mortal and pestle. I shall come to a distilled ability to migrate their sexual prowess into all who need aphrodisiac and love. And lust shall commingle in fornication.
Kuro, you say, you speak of desert. It like Eros say.
Yes, it is a place of blinding sun, and yet it is strange because you've seen a map. Yes, you've seen a map of the world. It's not wildly far away from the center, from Niflheim. It is far harder than it has any business being. It's true what Eros says, there's no shade to duck under aside from caves or dig in under the ash-colored sands.
No tree?
Or so very few trees there.
Oh.
And they are spindly, burnt-looking things like a skeletal hand reaching out from the ash. There are cities there made by, and I look to Eros, made by others, and they are made out of glass, blues and greens.
Rain.
I nod. I guess if I know what glass is now, just nod. Yes, glass.
There's shade there, I suppose, but they hold it for themselves. They hoard water for themselves.
Out, and just the big noble thing, and all the runes on it are illuminated, the black obsidian. This is a kind of glass. There are other kinds as well. It is potent, a powerful thing. And the Freyans there that pay worship to Phoenix, they have learned many of its secrets. Still there are other secrets. Secrets held in darkness's grip. And I grip it, like, harder.
You see, like, I kind of straighten up, like, oh, he just took out his sword, like, I'm like, Yeah, I keep more defensive posture.
I'm kind of holding it like this. It doesn't. I don't know how much combat ability your character has, but if you have some, it probably doesn't look offensive. It looks like I'm kind of trying to get you to look at it and sort of reflect the light off the blade.
I just sort of pull back a bit, but I look at it.
Arkova kind of just leans in, his eyes wide as he stares at the blade, almost occasionally seeing his own reflection as bits of light from the fire reflect off of it.
Is good. You no longer there. Here, none of this. Here, there's tree, there's soil, there's bush, grass, food. Seed go in, food come out. Good. Plenty. You stay, live. You stay. And then I suddenly take on a more serious tone. And I look at you, Eros, and then I slowly pan over to Orkova. No take others.
Others?
Animal, yes.
What others? What do you mean?
And then I look. You see me look back at like some the other individuals listening to the song. I look back at you. Take from others. Be thief? No thief here.
Oh, yes, I
Give.
understand.
No need to take. Give. Ask. Receive.
Yes. I sort of glance over at Kiro.
I like
Yes,
looking.
Apotax, I have described to them previously the penalties for certain crimes, the hangings that we have seen of satyrs that have stepped over the law. And I assure you, our companions will stay upon the straight and narrow. They will not engage in such things.
I let this be known, because you say desert to me. You say snake man tattoo to me. I give you this. I give. You know now.
Yes, well, thank you for your gift. It is.
You snake come, poison you, and I gesture you, Eros, and or you, come me. I am good taking out. Sickness, skin, no good. Come to me. I make good.
I've heard there's a way to make a remedy from the Typhon's sting with a gallon of their blood. Perhaps it is even true.
And then you see the strange sight. Large ogre with a hippon in his basket, lighting up lanterns strewn about on the apple trees, moving slowly through the streets. The Nagales ambient. The guys are moving away as they walk slowly, methodically from tree to tree to light hope.
I addressed a group of you, and I go, I have seen these. Damn it, Phil. I have seen these things several times moving about. I don't know. I don't know what they are. And I just straight point at one of the Nergali, like probably Will Rude's. Just, I don't know what that thing is. What is it? I just kind of looked at all of you. Explain it. And
Just look at Kuro like almost curiously.
Is it delicious? It looks like a predator worthy of being hunted.
Yeah,
I have seen some.
I do not know.
I've seen some before, but name escapes me. I have seen them though. Not too many.
Yeah, they are new even here, and their language is a complete mystery to me. They has a strange sound, but it is beautiful. There's some certain whispers in there some noises like crackling flame. I understand Morghulish, it is not this at all, but it reminds me of it. Like the whispers of darkness, crackling flame. Makes me think of a warm night out there, the firelight warming you, lighting your way. I do
They
enjoy it,
learn.
but
They learn. No need. Take. Make. Give. Much better. They learn from orc. They know hunt. No need. No need. Take.
well, there you have it. They learn from the orcs.
Interesting. I'd like to see how much they have. And I glance over on land.
You can see that one. Then you can see that one. You're nearly into like range of it. As you look at it, it peels back, showing that its teeth as well at you.
I don't show my teeth at all. I lean, craning forward ever so slightly. I lick my top lip with my tongue, and I just breathe in. You smell delicious. I just say to it.
You can see it just peels back, it slips. And then it like looks at all the others, and then it like slowly, quadrupedally walk into its hut.
Look at that. Just a wondrous specimen. Oh my. Indeed.
I watch him like almost, watching that thing. I just watch him. There's not like a look of like, oh no, don't do that. I'm just watching. It's very sort of detached, sort of.
Well, while you do that, Arkova looks up at you, and when he does, he has a much harder look, and when he does, he goes, "You say that they learn a lot from you, but not to take." And he says that, looking around. But what if something has been, and he leans in as he says this,
I pull
and
back
looking you straight in the eye, what happens if something was taken from you? Something close.
Many things take from other people. Too many thieves on Damar face. Too many. I shake my head. If you have been taken, something close, root, ripped up, no good. In its place, festers, rots. Tree, other roots become rotted. Tree die. No good. Unless tree strong. Tree not let stolen roots, the rot continue. No. Tree grow new root. Tree get new from soil. Tree stay strong and grow.
What if the other tree falls?
Other tree fall. Trees fall in time.
What if by hand of other?
And I look at you and that is sad. No need to do this.
But what if has already been done? What does one do then?
I look at the other two as Urkova's speaking to me, and I look back up at you. After like a bit of a pause, new tree grow in place. Seed is needed.
He kind of just nods his head at that, and he just begins to lightly practice and still continue to play.
Have I odd tongue Sindarian me new poem love learn from Faye, I gesture to you three. them to
It
me.
is.
No, difficult to understand. Speak you, help understand me. Hmm? Love poem? Like I wait for sort of recognition, and then I nod. You see me sort of fumble around, and I take out, if not cold.
Did you say love poem?
Mm. And I hold up like this small leather-bound book. That's almost like small in comparison to my orcish hands. Mm.
He's learned much, even in a short time.
Love poem.
Does wonders.
I just point at you like, what? You are a romantic, you're saying.
Mm. And I look at Kodo like to translate that word. Mm?
The word for romance in Thraxan is I'm sorry, Apotax. This word does not exactly have a translation, but he asks if you are one with the poet heart, the artist heart.
Mm.
I
I look at
suppose.
you, Eros. Mm. No, Satyr. Satyr. Mm. Satyr love poem.
Yes, well, I'm sure it's quite terrible. Don't you know that my people are the greatest poets in all the world? Perhaps I can procure you some Aegean text, though they are not so common, from what I understand.
Mm.
Perhaps is love poetry? Ask him, Quiro, if he enjoys that type of writing. Tell him my people are the best at such, and perhaps we can find him something more. Ask him if he can read Aegean. I'm sure he can't. Well,
Yeah, I move over to Thraxan. He's asking if you can read Aegean. Now, this is a very rare language, and I suppose it is exceedingly unlikely that you can. I cannot, though I've heard some of the words and they spark something in me, a distant memory. But that's besides the point. He asked, do you enjoy the poetry, or are you using it to just learn Cenarian? For his people create the greatest of poetry, and this I know to be true.
I do
I've
not
heard it many
know.
times.
I do not know this word Aegean. I do not know that. You say this about them, then perhaps it is true. I look at you, Eros, and I nod. But then I look back at you, Kodo. Um, it-
I
I
give
read
you
this.
I give you like a respectful, quite gracious, sort of almost bow. It's just clearly that I have some degree of diplomatic understanding.
I look at you, Kodo. I see this book given to me to Seder after not by the Seder, but the I think lover. You know, I say that word in Sindarian, and then I say it back in Thraxo. Lover, Seder, give to me when Seder, leave, and do not return. Cross the wall, it did. Gave book
Oh,
to me. This book, Sindarian, I learned from this.
well, I see it must mean a great deal to you, and you've made great strides, leaps and bounds, one might say, in your skill at learning and speaking Sindarian. In this, I commend you. And that was in Thraxan, and then I go back to Sindarian. Eros, he was given this book as a gift from his satyr lover. Unfortunately, this satyr has passed beyond the wall. This euphemism is one that is used by the orcs. He has died. It's very sad.
He he is one to copulate with satyrs. Oh my! I did not know he had a preference for the male flesh. That is interesting. I am
I lean in close.
sorry.
To be honest, I cannot tell a male orc from a female, so we do not know.
Well, this is female. Oh God, how ghastly. Um, so I look at you now in a whole new way. My apologies on the loss of your satyr love. So, so terrible.
No loss. No loss. Here in land, no loss. No loss. No. Satyr. Satyr give when loss.
Yes, I'm sure the satyr gave you many things.
No, only book.
Yeah.
Arkova is just gazing about at this point, his eyes wide and somewhat filled with confusion now, as now the question of its gender, now of Apatax's gender comes into question after Eros points that out. He goes, He actually stops playing. His playing actually just slows down to a halt, and now he's just in this contemplation.
I look at both of you two for a bit. There's like a pause, and I'm almost sensing something. Kuro, what did you say to them? There's something ill. Look at the one day.
No, not at all.
The way they look at me. What did you say?
They are simply confused.
Why?
I was unsure, perhaps, of some of the translation. I told them it was your satyr lover, yes, and he died. He went beyond the wall.
And then, like, you suddenly, like, no show reaction. I pull back. I like shoot out air, like out of my. No. Disgusting. No. No. No.
Oh, I was incorrect, and then I switched to Sindarian. Well, judging by his offense and the snorting noises he makes, like the boars that I've seen out in the forest there, it would appear the satyr was not his lover, but a lover of someone else. And well, Apatax, you do administer many funerary rites. Was this given to you as like an inheritance? A gift when one dies and they leave it to you.
Wait, has he been saying the whole time that he is the thief? That he is one that steals these items from the dead? He is a grave robber. Is that what he's been trying to tell us? And my character's not laughing. I'm sorry.
I just look at you and I say, no thief. No thief. And then like a gesture like behind me, like almost at the town greater. I continue off. Some come to Orc to rest. Body clean, make well, and rest. Many do this. Here, Flame Dance. It is none. In time, and I gesture to you three, perhaps, rest here. I see. Very nonchalantly, I said, I thank all sit here with me, speak Sindarian. Satyr, speak Sindarian little, and then fall down. Do not raise up for until light too much wine. Too much. Sometimes too much.
See, and I'm speaking in Sindarian again, but slowly so that Apatax can follow along. So the Seta, he was teaching you Sindarian. He died, and then you took the book. You were given the book, and you learned further.
And other, and in Thrax I said to you, other satyrs I try to speak to, they have too much wine. They enjoy it and too much. They take in too much. They fall down, and I do not know what happened. No root come from them. I think it is sleep. I do not know. But it is difficult.
Perhaps
Yes, it will.
Perhaps one day I will recite an epic poem in Aegeran. There is one of a sword like mine, of a love between two hearts that could not be stopped, that gave themselves over to darkness's army there and died in my home of Katik. It is beautiful.
See, I look at you and I just slowly nod.
To hear the most epic of poems from the world's most foremost poets. I should wish to hear such a thing, and we could work together to translate it from the language of the beautiful darkness to the language of the beautiful flame, Sindarian. And I will have this play performed here. It will bring us great fame. I'll only put my name on it as the adapter, you see, not as the original artist. The original artist, I assume, is long dead and from a far foreign land. He would not take offense anyway, I suppose, nor send hunters after me if he misunderstood that I took credit for such work.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Of course. That would be most horrible of you to do. But I wouldn't send anyone else. I'd just look at you.
I see then. I understand this message now. And yes, I should still like to transcribe such a thing, and we will credit the long dead author who could not collect such laurels anyway, but we will honor his name. Or her name. I know not.
Epic poems. I do relish such things. Reminds me much of the time when I was just a small lad in the cave, listening to such things from father and mother.
No snake man.
I know of them, but I do not know too much of them.
No snake man with you in cave.
No, we we went out to a town to see that, towards a port, to be correct. But that was many moons ago. The port, where ships come in, near the ocean, the great sea of Leviathan.
I nod.
Yes, many trades happened there. And father took me in so that I may have mine. These markings, they tell my family history.
And then, like, you suddenly see me, like, looking at you a bit differently. But silently, perhaps my harsher, judging stare that I would look at you softens considerably as I nod. This is good. I do not go over desert. Do not go over frozen hot. Do not go over stone. stay here. I stay here. You three, far. Come here. Many stories, knowledge, do not know. I do not know. You tell? Very good. Very good.
Yes, the wandering is a fey trait, I believe. The Farum, they stay planted to the ground. The orcs, rooted here. The humans, I've seen so few of them, I can only suspect that they grow as a mushroom might under the shade of a tree, and they stay where they are.
And Arkovas began shaking his head. You have not been to the port cities, my friend. They are everywhere.
Human.
Clayman.
Yeah, Clayman. 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 They speak little. And then I start speaking in this other tongue, like so speaking Pelganese, a couple words.
Yes, that sounds just like their gibbering tongue, like the clucking of the small lizards that are kept in the ogre's coop out back and serve as dinner.
Deliria. Good speak.
Yes, they do sound delirious.
No name they call.
As you speak in Pelganese, you actually see Arkova nodding, and he responds to you in Pelganese. That's pretty good. I know a little bit of the tongue myself.
And like that like throws me off the. I'm like, and in Pelganese, oh you, and like a lot better than Sindarian, you'll nudge right away. You've learned the tongue of Clayman.
Yes.
Who taught you this?
My father. He taught me many languages. And he leans in close as he says this part, and he goes, he also taught me Thraxa as well.
And I like, you see me nod a bit, and then I kind of like squint my eyes a bit. You see me. How? How does he know Thraxa? How do you?
He never really explained that to me.
Orc teach you.
I think perhaps maybe Orc taught him, and he taught me. I know I still learn a bit. I'm not fluent, but I understand it enough.
Oh.
He leans in close, and then perhaps to remind you of all the times he was standing over and around. And when he does, he kind of looks. I like this language. It is the sound of bones. Something soothing about it. I wish to someday.
All, like, pulling back a bit.
I wish to someday speak it with fluency, like water, so that I may sing in it.
Other ogre that come here, they only know one tongue. That is tongue of anger and hatred. They come here, they wish to speak this tongue to Orc. They are no more. They know Thraxa instead. Almost like going back at you, and you can see that I do actually have a considerable amount of intimidation as I kind of come back at you with that.
He kind of pulls back a bit. I see.
As you stand there, you can see the little shadow of Sue getting longer and longer as he gets closer to a light bulb, and then smaller and smaller as he walks closer to you. Not light bulb.
I get up, I get on my knees immediately. And
he lets like a passing with his hand, and then when you're already there, he's like,
Then I hold that, like I put my forehead on my arms are on the ground like this, and I raise back up and I sit back up on my knees. I don't stand up like on the stool or anything, but I stay on my knees as he's here. I suddenly, like you see me suddenly, like my back is perhaps a bit higher and a bit more like.
Kuro, you wanted to speak to me about something?
Yes. Yes, I may as well speak of it here amongst my new friends.
I would first inform you something.
Ah, yes.
Obignet, Amorse is dead.
Master Su, I had not heard. How could such a thing happen? He was a potent one.
He was hunting foxes. Like many others, he was found dead. Well, not a proof of his hunt, but it's not because it was foxes like with the satyrs.
Yes, we all know satyrs are gibbering simpletons, and they'll wander out in the woods and be snatched up, but Amos was different. Skilled of mind and body. No, there's something sinister out there if it can bring him down. Was it through violence? A poison?
Violence.
Animal violence? Or was it a weapon?
Weapon.
A murder then most foul.
He was in a group of satyrs.
A group? He should have been able to fight just about anything. Now, the only thing I can think of is a particularly large group of bandits, or those tall, smoky ones that smell of ash, the Vai-Gish, covered in metal, wielding cruel blades.
Vai-Gish?
Yes.
What would they do here? He looks to the other of you here.
Yes, all I know is that some of these folk were attempted to be taken up by the Vai-Gish, but they fought them, escaped, and I still have kept that steel dagger, and I show that the steel dagger nearly the same size as Su in the sheath.
That looks on it, holding his hands up, touching it.
Yes, it is their strange metal. You see how it's brighter than the iron, and is not quite so offensive. There's something strange about it, but it is not as disgusting as the iron that burns the eyes and irritates the skin and offends the nose. Nor is it copper.
Moves his hand. But, is this you wanted to convey with me?
No, there was something else, but the fact that Vai-Gish bandits of great potency are out there, killing strong and good people. This is information that we should all know. You understand? Understand, all of you? There's great danger now.
Have you spoken to the Watch about these? They would want to know about them, wouldn't they?
I have not spoken to them personally, but
as you say that, Arkova, his expression is kind of awestruck at this being before him. never seen such a thing. The music has stopped playing. His eyes are wide, and he has actually backed up quite a bit. Unsure about what sort of potent spiritual apparition has visited them. But upon this exchange, he will clear his throat and muster some courage. I have went to the watch and spoke of these. Yes.
Good. So, True. What? Was this all?
Yes. The night before, when I passed some of my lame grass tea over to Sue. Last night when I was at the swing, I saw something and I felt something. And as I speak, I'm speaking not just to Sue but to everyone.
Sue stands taking like one of the like grass strands off and begins like folding it as you're speaking, looking up at you, just his hands moving by their own.
I was able to understand and feel the void out there. Just the way that you taught me. To understand that we are all connected, all part of the great wheel. What one of us does, it ripples outwards and affects not just the future, but the past, and alternate pasts, alternate futures. All of time bends round the void. That infinite expanse, that singular soul that we're all part of. Have you heard such blasphemous whisper? And now I'm, addressing the others, my compatriots. Have you heard these blasphemous whisperings that we are all part of the oversoul, and there's one grand thing?
It is sauce.
That is complete folly and ridiculousness. I will definitely not hear any thoughts of others sharing part at stake in my soul, for mine burns brightly and shimmers ecstatically. No, such is not to be discussed again. It should only serve to agitate me.
I know not of these things. This is the first I hear of it. What is oversoul? What is this? I know not of it.
It is a philosophy understood by few and practiced by even fewer. I stand amongst them. You must understand the oversoul out there. Think of it as the ocean, and we are all just droplets raining from it. All of our souls that we think to be our own are not just our own. You must remember that you and I tap everyone within arm's reach, tap them right here on the forehead, that you have lived perhaps thousands of lives. And those memories are washed away when your soul is reforged and reborn. But sometimes you are not completely washed. Have you ever walked into a room and felt as if you had been there before? You had this exact same conversation before. If you have felt that, know that you have been there before, or at least in a very similar situation. You have spoken words before that another soul of your own has spoken. You have seen this world through hundreds, maybe thousands of eyes as you've traveled.
You see me look at you like, with almost like a knowing look.
I do take note of that. It surprises me not that the orc, of course, the wise and ancient orc, is the one that understands a bit of this.
Arkova, hearing all this, he just kind of nods his head at it and looks to you. You mean to say that I have lived other lives? How do you know this?
Because I've seen things that you people wouldn't believe.
He leans in closely.
Listen, I've seen myself and felt myself die countless times. They call me Kuro the Liar, a moniker that I've given myself, in fact.
Let it back away a little bit.
A moniker I've given myself, in fact, for I'm a teller of tales. But these tales, their inspirations have come from my own lives in the past. And others, perhaps even from lives that have not yet come to be, I do not know. But know this, where everyone else, when they pass beyond the wall, they close their eyes. But I kept mine open. I couldn't close them. They were forced open. And if you saw what I saw when I passed beyond the veil of death, you'd want me to lie too. There are great mysteries out there. I do not understand them. I've lost myself in the myriad of souls that I've experienced the existence of. You've seen a crystal of quartz, the many facets of this thing that the fam or the humans will use as currency. Think of your soul as being that, and each reflection, each facet is an entire life story. But hold it up to your eye and try and live out your day with that vision. You can't do it. You see too many things. You don't know what's real. You don't know what's now. You don't know what's then. You don't know what's in the future. This is how I have to live my life. I don't know who I am anymore. That's why I'm able to get up on the stage, play many a part, because I've played many a part. When I feel as though I've stabbed a man in the back, I don't know if I've done that, or I don't know if I was the man being stabbed. I don't know myself anymore. I need to figure out who I am. I only know one thing. The Kitsune, my people. How many of them have you seen besides me? How many Kitsune nations have you stopped over in your far travels, traded words and food and gifts with?
I didn't even know what you were when I saw you. So, only
Exactly. It's none. That's how many Kitsune nations you've seen.
Sue takes like his hand up on you and like flies up, like trying to get you to sit down.
Oh,
With this small, like strength 3 tugs and pushes, just slowly, and then he's like,
thank you, sir.
but he sits beside you.
All I can know is that our time as a people is nearly done. Nearly. We're not lost yet. I need to look through my memories, or through futures not yet remembered, and understand what I need to do to save them. Build a new nation. Because if that's not what I'm meant for, then why am I eternal like this? Why am I tormented by the past? I've lived 1,000 times and learned nothing. Nothing. And this is my own penalty. This is my hell that I'm trapped within. And so Sue here, and I pet his wings, and that purple and pink and teal glitter sort of falls off of it, that dust.
Covers your fingers.
And I feel it. That's why Sue here has taught me. And I will tell you the secret, and I will fear nothing. He has taught me the esoteric path. I can see time. I can see through it. I can sense it. I can pull those strings on the weave of fate. But I can only tug at them as a small thing, a little silk worm upon a tapestry. Trying to build an entire world, this is impossible. I need more time, and I need more knowledge. I need more skill. And to hear that one of our number has been murdered out there in the forest, I do not wish this time to be taken away from me. I cannot abide that.
No.
I look down at Sue, when
Sue
he
just
starts saying that. And I look almost like you're gonna let him say this kind of thing?
he just looks up at him. He looks worried, and he has his little hand on Kuro, whispering.
It's all,
Don't.
yeah, he's like, I pet it. His
Yeah.
little hand.
Don't spiral too much, Kuro.
I'm sorry, sir, but amongst these, I do not fear repercussion. No, they are not beholden to any of those short-sighted fools who would decry the Magi as blasphemous. No, they do not stand amongst their number. Do you?
Arkova is completely taken aback in silence now that he has admitted these. He's heard of magic, and he has perhaps maybe even seen it in action and tales behind the fire, but this is the first time one has admitted to it. And not knowing whether to believe him or take him seriously, he is still taken in by the tale that he has told, and his eyes are wide, and he's stepped back quite a bit, looking in awe. Oh.
True.
Yes, sir.
I also come here for another reason. Tisain will, my other student will soon marry the king.
Oh?
And he likes your place, the king. So maybe you could make something for him. This is, of course, not been announced yet, but
I see.
students are dying. I see this must be carried out soon.
Yes, of course I will endeavor in this work that I hope will not be my last.
I do not know. Well, and he looks like to the other two here. It will probably be announced tomorrow. But thank you, Kuro.
Oh, you need not thank me, my great master. I owe you so much. Unraveling my future. Letting me see that path. I cannot thank you enough.
And he looks to all the others, the Stark Fae and then the Orc. Calm yourself, Kuro. This is, well, don't speak highly of these things. Though you may not view them as secrets, they can soon be target points on you. We don't want to speak highly of it. We don't want people to think that letting you into this community was a flaw. You belong here.
Yes, I understand, Grandmaster Sue. I was just in such a such a state. You
Mm.
must understand that pain was bubbling up inside, and I couldn't help but tell the truth. Sometimes it eats away at me so when I do such a foolish thing as not to lie.
He like pats you again. You are off my path. Even when I saw you before, time was moving strangely about you, and that's what led me to you. Because I knew that you would be something. I didn't know what. But I don't want you to be this. He like pats you one more time and then he like flies off, and then when he hits the light you can still see him like he's like glowing in a little bit in the dark. Some of the like circles on his wings are glowing as he flies over the dark little huts.
I look at that glittery substance of dream that's still on my fingers, and I sort of like put it on my forehead. This is a very precious gift. Tonight, I will dream, and I will dream well. I think I deserve that. Deserve a bit of respite.
Many come, far land, all around. You stay, I gesture to all of you. Stay, you grow, no take. You rot, you grow. I look at Arkovo when I say that. You hurt, I look at Kuro. You come here, grow. And then I look at Eros. Many tree here, no sand, but life. You grow here.
It seems that there will be many places I may play upon building the stage from which my grand events shall unfold. Yes, I think Flame Dance was correct. When I heard the whisperings upon the wind, when I thought deep inside myself, when I looked into the mirror of my own soul, shimmering, more beautiful than even my precious skin, then I knew the truth. I am destined for perfection. I look up in the darkened room, and I shall find my goal and crown myself. They shall all look upon me as my eyes burn with truth, as my touch elicits pleasure, filling them, throbbing them, making them see and understand what truth is, how it moves, how it cures, how it makes the world perfect. I shall please them, and they shall praise me with the voices hollowed, truth echoing in their passion, with their passion in me. And soon, one by one, they shall come, and their voices in unison shall spread to whispers of back alleys and meeting halls of taverns, of open-aired fields, and full to the forests, to pull back whatever fey things, false fey, secondary and lesser creatures they may be. Still, they may believe in the truth that is pleasure. Still they may believe in me.
Yes, many truths revealed today. Hearing Kuro's omittance, his pain, his sorrow. Fate brought us together for a reason. He has demons of the mind, perhaps, that he must conquer, past unraveled. Eros. He has things to prove. He has goals to achieve. Apatax. Old soul. Healer. Kind. Yes, even to an ogre, kind. But I, Arkova, I have my own demons to get. But they not be made of mythical things, and they're not tied to mystical realms. They're but flesh and blood, and they'll be in my stomach soon enough. Yes, there have been something taken away from me, something close. I will not have it. What they have taken from me, I shall take from them, whatever laws they may be. Know that I'm following Arkova's law. You take from me, I take from you. And he points out into the sky, those two round discs of hate staring back, and for a moment there's an alignment of justification, where in his mind there is the fires of carnage, the screaming of bodies, and the holding of hearts still beating from warm flesh, as he shall gorge himself upon his enemies that have wronged him. I am Arkova. That name means mountain's voice. And the mountain shall thunder!
A strange day that followed the strangest of nights. I touched it, I saw it, the oversoul, the source. It goes by many names depending on which heretic speaks of it. Each one having a different philosophy of what it all means. A singular God, the eldest of all creators. Maybe. A singular troll that has created all things. Perhaps. All I know is it is the source of all things. The source of all power. If I can but tap into the tiniest bit and understand my path and stride forth on it with confidence, that is all I need. And do I need it? My companions, they've lived just as long as I. How could they have not? If our souls are immutable and eternal, if their souls have not been traded away by a hag or a demon or an angel, their souls are still here, still wrapped in their bodies. They have lived just as many lives as I have, but they have almost no memory of it. I do not know whether to envy or pity them. I have such an understanding, but it tortures me so. to not know who I am, where I am, or when I am. I can talk to no one about this, for no one understands. And why? Why was my soul not washed as others are? Am I somehow unclean and unfit? Or was it a simple mistake? The same way that you'll be washing your shirts and under things outside and you knock over the soap bucket. Was I a cosmic mistake, or have I been shunned by the powers that be? I suppose I can never know this answer. Not yet. I need to look out there. I need to learn. I need to enter my mind and time and space itself. Find out what it means. And I will do this. But tonight I sleep, and tonight I dream, with the gift of soup upon my forehead. I enter the dreamlands, a place where all things are understood. The solace of the dream is the solace of flame dance. That is why my tortured soul was called here. As far as I can tell, the lone Kitsune, for perhaps hundreds and hundreds of miles, was called here to do some great work, and a great work I shall do. My people won't be forgotten. So many were after the Shadow Purge, the gods' wars. Wars of ancient times that no one could understand or comprehend. But I see them. I see the pain, the sorrow of light versus darkness. I just want the Kitsune to continue. I don't care about no gods, no trolls, really. I just want to continue. I want my people to continue. And I want to heal that rift in my soul. That's all I need. That's all I need besides sleep. All I know is sleep has the only thing within my grasp, here in the dream of flame dance.
The beast knows many tongues. The beast speaks of other creatures, of sights and sounds in such strange places. The beast wears markings under its skin. Perhaps the beast is not like the others. Perhaps it is. No. It is a child of rage. It knows only one thing. It has shown me this too many times. The songs it makes, the strangeness of its appearance and its intellect. No. It still falls into its more primal aspects of anger, of hatred, of rage. It cannot be taught true oneness, understanding of the world. No. 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 It is. Maybe. Maybe. Just like the Dark Fae, the Wolf Fairy, the one that shows its fangs, like it is something to be shown. The one that drinks the blood of its own cousin. Ah, what a profane creation that is, the Fae. But it speaks of such strange places, such strange things. It knows much of Sundarian, knows much of this satyr pleasure. Perhaps it is from a satyr, some sort of mixed breed of wolf and goat. There's oddness to you. More and more, I think less of you as spirit. I give you perhaps a satyr. That damned fool! How dare he speak so proudly in front of his master, in front of his uninitiated filth? At least Kuro had the decency, the knowledge of self-worth. Forgo the gods, forget them, the thieves that they are, and look into what he is, the true path, that which was always been, that which will always be, and that which is always known. At least he understands that. The fluidity of his tongue, the weakness of his heart sickens me. The way he spews his secrets about these heathens, these horrible people that we allow them so close to our land. Let them devour each other. Let them hate each other. They wish to brand each other with these strange Typhon tattooings. To mate with each other and eat each other the same night. Despicable! These fae, these other creatures. No, that is what they are. They are anger, they are rage, they are gluttony, they are thieves. Every one of them.
Will you say goodbye, Adam? The judge has spoken.
Thank you, each and everyone, for watching. We're glad to have all of you here within the Ring of Fire. Go out, get involved. Raw Immersive Games, check it out, baby. Facebook. Get a hold of Within the Ring of Fire before it gets a hold of you.
Yeah.